This is C3. No. Oh, that's an F. I knew it was close. Wow, that's an F. It's in key. I'll be goddamn. I'll be goddamn. Well, I'll be goddamn.
Excuse me. What's going on? What's going on? I just decided to go live once again. I got something to say. Don't have much to say, but I got something to say nonetheless. So, I'm just sitting back smoking a stogie, enjoying this Sunday evening, and just pretty much enjoying my time off pretty much, because I don't have to go in the office tomorrow, and I'm just trying to enjoy, man, this rare occasion. So I'm gonna drop the link if you got anything you want to talk about. You want to talk about why you don't have the courage to come out the clouds and say something in the chat, or join the panel. The link is in the chat. Are you a freedom fighter? trying to learn something new, to further, keep your freedom going? Are you in the trenches and you just afraid to get out of the trenches because trying not to get shot? Are you disabled? Are you a multimillionaire? Just watching, just looking down, watching the people in the clouds sitting on top of Mount Olympus. Are you a chief commander? Shit, you you watching in your you get bored watching your hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, in your bank account, and you just want to see what this smart dude from Chicago talking about that do a lot of dumb shit. Where what say you? What say you? But I will say this: what my mother taught me is get your money's worth. I actually pay for it. I pay for StreamYard, so might as well get my money's worth. And that's how I look at it. Not necessarily in that order, but I rarely go live twice in a day, but that was just something that as far as like Tasha K, I just wanted to talk about, but I didn't necessarily. I usually just let my videos get a chance to breathe. I mean, that's why I don't do a back-to-back session. But you know what I'm saying? I'll say this, right? So I just, I don't know. I a lot of times what I want to talk about, I want to actually do a video about. But I guess I'll just say it. I don't necessarily got to do a video about everything. One of the things I wanted to say was like one of the reasons why I like to stay in the house. Um, I like to stay in the house because it's actually something that I like doing because I'm an introvert, and it's also a strategy. It's also a defense strategy. And I'm sure people don't understand what I'm talking about, That's why like sometimes like okay, like people shoot up houses and stuff like that. Um because they know people be like staying in the house, like people's like gang members and stuff like that. They shoot people's houses up. Um I mean, that's not necessarily something I think about, but well, usually that's a result into like people that actually be like beefing with people and stuff like that. I don't necessarily be beefing with nobody, so I ain't necessarily worried about that. But um, the thing is that when it comes down to it, I like staying in the house because the thing about it is it's kind of a strategy. Okay, um, if you look at if you if you look at kings don't come outside like that. They don't just be outside just willy nilly. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Alonzo? They don't be outside like that. Not that I'm like, I'm outside. I'm like, I'm outside all the time. But the thing is like legit, like, you ain't gonna see King Charles just outside by himself. Come on. Like, you if you do see him outside, he got the whole Royal Brigade, pretty much right by his side. And it really like when you're on that level, you don't just go outside like that. You know, you don't you do what you want to do, but you gotta have it planned. You gotta be well planned. You know what I'm saying? You can't necessarily just be outside like that. Now, um, I saw something. I saw a news story. They said Memorial Day weekend already in Chicago. There's some people got shot. 35 people got shot. We got a new mayor. We got a black male heterosexual family oriented mayor, uh, which is something that we haven't had in a long time. Um, a family man, a mayor, a black male mayor that's a family man. Only other mayor, I think Eugene Sawyer was like that, but not like this guy. His name is Johnson, Mayor Johnson. I forgot his first name, but he's a new mayor, basically from kind of like he's a grassroots mayor that built up a lot of steam. I like the guy because, like, for example, he came right out and just started, what I'm saying, signing paperwork. Because think about it, one of the things I heard about what he signed was he signed something that basically made a department for migrants, for immigration. There wasn't no Chicago Department for Immigration. He made a department for the youth. The youth in Chicago has been a problem for a long time. He came right out swinging home runs. Basically, he created a basically kind of like a task force for immigration, um, for the youth. You know what I'm saying? That's some type of shit I would do if I was a mayor. That's the shit I'd be thinking about, because the thing the thing is that the youth need, like, some teenagers, their parents got money. They what I'm saying, they all right. Like when I was a teenager, I got a job because I wanted certain things. I wanted a haircut. I wanted some more clothes. I wanted, to eat different food other than the food my mother cooked all the time. I wanted like certain tangibles outside of what my mother was able to really give me on the regular. And then I also wanted a car. I was thinking about things. I was like, damn, I was I was 16 years old and I ain't had no license and I bought a car. I bought a car for $100. Um, I mean that's mid '90s. I was able to buy a car for $100, man, in my hometown. I thought about that. I forgot about that. I was like, damn, I only had like 30 or $40. I gave the dude like I gave the dude everything. I probably about $40 or $30. He held the car. He literally held the car. This is a true story. This is like 1996. Had no license. Um, I was always kind of somewhat of a rebel, but to a certain degree. But I basically didn't have the rest of the money. I think I had like, I don't know. I might have gave the guy $25 to hold the car. And it was like a beat up old Ford. And I was short about $70, but I think I had like $40 or something like that. And one of my childhood homies that I'm indebted to. I'm indebted to. Like if I ever get the means to do so, uh if it's anybody that I owe anything to, or that I feel like I owe anything to, it's a couple people, but definitely one of those people is one of my homies. Uh, he knows who he is. I kind of did something to him, and I inflicted a lot of pain on him, and I feel real bad about what I did to him, but you know, basically, when I get the means to do so, I'm gonna give him the option to basically, you could just basically I hit him with a metal bat. Okay, I hit him in his arm with a metal bat. I never did anything like that to anybody, and um, I'm gonna give him a nice car, very nice car, and in the trunk I'm gonna give him the option to he could just hit me with that bat, it was on my arm, and then he get no car, nothing. Or actually, you know what? I'll be like, I think I'll probably be like, you know what? You got the option. You know what? You can keep the car and you can hit me with the bat. Or you could just, it's up to you, you know. And I'll take whatever pain that I get from that. I will say, to be even, he has to have his son, or well, probably his son will probably be too old then, to hit me with the bat, because that would be unfair. It has to be. I mean, we were kids at the time, so I mean, come on. But maybe not to be a wuss, he'll have to hit. I give him the option to hit me with the bat, in my arm, and he can still keep the car. But that's the only person that I can say that I feel indebted to. Owe that they owe that I owe them something. But the thing is that um I was short about $40 for this car, about, no, actually $70. And I won a couple games of basketball, one-on-one games of basketball. We used to bet money. We used to play sports for money. So we used to play one-on-one, 5-on-5, 3-on-3 for money. I mean, then we started like shooting dice and stuff, and that got dangerous, because like they used to, it was people used to rob the dice game. So people were still doing that, but people got into beefs because people didn't want to pay up, and then it was a lot of kerfuffle with that. But yeah, we used to play one-on-one for money. And man, I was playing like a car depended on it. So I was literally playing A1 basketball, trying to beat him to get this money so I can get this car out. Now, while I was playing him, his brothers went to go try to get the car. They had way more money than I had, and their family had money. So they basically went to go try to talk to the guy to get the car. And the guy was cool. He was a stand-up guy. He was like, basically, he already paid the money to hold the car. I can't give it to you, And then I played one-on-one, and I won. I decisively. I mean, a car was on the line. I literally, I was balling to get that car, and they knew. And I was kind of dumb. Like, I shouldn't have never told anybody. I used to, one of the things about Virgo men, until you learn, like, Virgo men like to brag too much, you know, um, and love to brag and boast. I'm actually bragging and boasting now, but the thing is that yeah, it was something that I remembered, that I was like, damn, it was like away out of the suburbs back to the city, and in this little beat up car that used to smoke. I won that car by myself with just playing basketball 1-on-1 for the amount of money that I was short for. I mean, this is like late 90s high school. $100 was a lot of money. I wasn't rich. And I ended up getting in a lot of trouble with that car, and I had to give it away. But it was some fun times. I was definitely a legend for having that car. I was probably like the only one. It was like a couple other people had a car, but I had this car. Actually, you know what? I think I had the car. I wasn't even 16. I think I was like 15 when I had the car. I don't even remember. But I know it was before I got 18. Because in Illinois, you had to, I don't know if it's still a law, you have to pass driver's ed to be able to get your license if you're between the age of 16 to 18. But when you turn 18, you can go and take the driver's ed test. I mean, actually the driver's test with someone else with the car that will qualify. So basically, I was able to just get a guy that I knew that he sold cars. He was a good friend, older friend, and he sold cars. He helped me get my license because another friend of mine. I had some good friends. One of my best friends I grew up with. He just gave me a car. That was my second car. It was an 86 Pontiac Grand Prix with a stick shift. It was my first stick shift. And he just had it in the alley. He was getting tickets, so he just gave me the car. And I got caught driving without a license. And before court, as long as you get the license and you get you show that you got your license and you legit, the judge will pretty much throw it out. So I was able to get my license. He threw it out, and the rest is history. I was too legit to quit. You know what I'm saying? So I've never really I had a couple cars that I had car notes on. I hate car notes. I can't stand car notes. The only thing with me with car notes is that you got to get down how you live. Okay. What I mean by that is however much money you comfortable with, that's how you got to go with that. Like they have car loans where it's the car loan is only a year. They even have car loans that's only 6 months. You got to know that you might need to fit in with that. Like, meaning if you got a lot of debt and you kind of live in check to check, that's literally all you can afford. These 5-year, 50, 60-month car notes, 48-month car notes, even that ain't you. That ain't for you, boo. It ain't for you, bro. It ain't. That's a child support payment. You might as well go bust a nut in a check. Cause that's what the fuck that's how I look at it. I look at those like $700, $500 car notes as fucking child support payments. That's how I look at it. I can't like long term, like, I mean, that's a long fucking time if you think about it. 4 years, 5 years to pay $400 or $500 or $600 a month. Okay. And then you got to get full coverage insurance. That's really how it's supposed to go down. Now, in case you've been hiding under the rock, if Alonzo's still here, he knows insurance has quadrupled since the last couple years or several years. For some reason or another, insurance companies like, well, you know, the fuel for our yachts and jets and condos for our mistresses went up in price with inflation. And then, you got, all of these car accidents. You got people stealing cars and shit like that. All of these rates went up, and then the insurance rates literally, just as far as what I could see, just went up with inflation. You got people paying for liability $100 a month for liability insurance. I remember like people paying $25. I remember my ex-girlfriend used to pay 20 some bucks a month for full coverage for an old car. You know what I'm saying? Like liability, you got people paying $100 a month for liability. Over that, people paying more than that for just liability. So when you get to full coverage, you're talking about $200 for just insurance in case shit happens. Usually, guess what? Shit don't really happen. It does, but it rarely happens. And you paying that every single month. That don't go to no fucking, that don't go nothing to, it don't go in your pocket. It ain't no whole life policy where you you can borrow against it, And in Illinois is an insurance state. I mean, it's basically pro lobbyist insurance state. That's literally, Illinois is where insurance went corporate. Okay. I'm a wealth of knowledge. Like, this head is huge. Just don't have a whole bunch of millions of dollars yet. But I mean, I got a whole bunch of fucking facts, resources in my fucking head. Okay, I can tell you, you can blame Illinois for insurance being so high. You can go to the Chicago outfit and all that type of shit. If you want to go there, you can go there. What's going on, Berkey?
What's good, bro?
I mean, basically, Illinois is where literally insurance went corporate. First, the State Farm started in Illinois. And then some of the people that left, that used to work for State Farm, they took an idea, and this is why you should.
To Allstate.
Yeah, they took it to Allstate and started Allstate. And you know what? I tried to get Allstate. Them, you know what they said? You fucking bum. We ain't giving you no policy. We'll give you this month. That we'll take the money that you already paid. After 30 days, this insurance is expired. True story. So I tried to get insurance.
Car insurance?
Yeah, I tried to get car insurance with Allstate in 2009 when I used to work for Chicago Public Schools.
Mm-hmm.
And they literally, I dropped the down payment and shit and signed up online. This was when it was like relatively new.
Mm-hmm.
And damn, you must got some haters. It was 2 eyeballs, and then you joined. It's like skedaddle.
Damn,
I thought people hate me. Goddamn. What you do?
Well, my fault. Let me drop down. Shit.
Don't drop down, because then shit, they don't want to listen. They don't want to listen to not to say you dry, but 2 dry niggas is better than 1.
I feel you.
But the thing is that literally true facts. Illinois insurance is like a big deal, you know.
So all states shouldn't have done that to you though, because and see, this is the crazy thing. These companies be getting over on people big time, right?
Uh-huh.
Because you, as the general public, don't know what you don't know, right? And so, without somebody there to advocate on your behalf, you get railroaded, right? So, like, if they was going to cancel your policy and they technically didn't cover you from day one, then they shouldn't have been able to keep that premium. Why do I say that? Because if something would have happened during the time where they accepted that premium, they would have had to give you your premium back anyway. Because they would have been like, I'm sorry, sir. After further review, we're not going to cover you. So you can't, here's your money back. Right?
Yeah.
They're supposed to give you your bread back. I'll give you another example. I had a client who had a policy with New York Life. He was paying $1,300 a month to New York Life. Then somebody introduced him to me. When we started talking, I saved him $300 a month. So I took him from $1,300 to $1,000 a month. But a more beneficial policy. My fault. Say again.
No. I'm just getting cozy in my office.
So when I took him down to $1,000 a month, we told him to cancel the policy with New York Life, and he would stick with the carrier that I placed him with. Well, New York Life decided they wanted to get hinky, and they took another $1,300 from him. So now they got $2,600 out of him, of which they were supposed to have just given him back $1,300. So he calls me like, yo, what's going on? We called New York Life. New York Life was railroading him. And if he didn't have me, he would have just been like, oh, okay, it makes sense. Right? So he was like, well, I need the refund of the full 2,600. They was like, nah, we'll give you 1,300. He was like, nah, I paid 26. Y'all got to give me 26. New York Life was like, nah, sir, because you were covered for 1 month. I said, that's bullshit because there's a law called Regulation 60. I'm the financial advisor on the phone with him. If he would have been covered by New York Life during that, then when he put the application in with me, the state, New York, would have triggered Regulation 60, the definition of replacement. I can't put one policy in that I'm replacing because he plans on canceling that and keeping this. The state wouldn't have let it happen. So you owe him 2,600. So they finally gave him his 2,600.
Yeah.
But I mean,
that's what's up.
but so companies will do that to people all the time, son. So it's always good to have somebody who knows, you know what I'm saying, like what they're talking about. It's just like going to buy a car without a mechanic, right?
Yeah.
You probably don't know what to look for, you know what I'm saying, in terms of what looks good or, you know. Oh, the paint job is bubbling. That I could take $1,000 off the price.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what to look for because what a lot of people don't know about me is I'm in the real estate, but I'm also in the cars too. Like I actually I took auto mechanics in high school about 2 years auto mechanics, and then my uncle, he used to work on cars when I was young, when I was like 5 years old. He was the uncle that'll be like, hey, I need a ratchet or some vice grips. Hand me some vice grips. He used to work on his he had a bug, a VW bug, a Beetle. Yeah. And basically I primarily because I just been kind of like I've never really been like I this is the most financially successful I've ever been in my life in the last 5 years. So I've always kind of like struggled and really, just kind of really like what most people do, like kind of check to check. Um, maybe have a little come up it's when it's tax season or whatever, get a refund check from going to college, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So like I would get like
Regular shit.
yeah, I would get like used cars. I've always gotten used cars. I actually like it, but then um I wouldn't. I mean, if I did have the money, I would get certain cars. That are newer. If I had it, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, obviously, but I actually like used cars. There's certain cars that when I didn't have the money, I just remember that shit, and then I get it when you know like it gets older or something like that. And I'll grab it. You know what I'm saying? So like I ain't the only dude that do that. Like that's why you have dudes in the hood with old cars and they put rims on it and shit. They remember when they was younger and they couldn't get that car. And
When it was brand new, yeah.
yeah, like you got old dudes that do that. You got old grandpas that do that. That's not nothing new that's not no new concept that I just thought of. But the thing is that I've always had like $1,500 cars, couple $1,000 cars. The cheapest car I've had was that $100 car. I bought cars for $500. The Benz just showed you yesterday, that was I bought that for $700. Um, I've been working on cars too. I had a Mustang. I used to do everything damn near with that. Change the brakes, rotors, brake line, um, starter. Worked on the starter, tune ups. I know how to do damn near a lot of stuff. Like as far as like I can change a radiator. Shit, give me like a couple hours. I drop a radiator, put a new one in there. So I do know cars. I would consider myself probably a novice mechanic. I can definitely tomorrow I could go start working up at Jiffy Lube. Like probably wouldn't he need no training, most likely. I mean, that's nothing. I could go start working as a journeyman mechanic at a mechanic shop tomorrow too. And then after a while, they could show me how to drop the engines and drop the trannies and then change engines. And then I'll really be a full-fledged mechanic. But basically, I do know a little bit about cars. I mean, basically, one of the things that you want to find out, major things that goes wrong with cars, obviously, is the engine and the trans. If you look at a car, a used car, you want to open up the engine oil cap, and you want to look at the cap. If you see any caramelized uh like look of the cap or like residue, you want to run away. You want to
God,
as my dad used to say, you want to run away. Because that means that if you see caramelized residue on an oil cap, that they absolutely know, in most cases, what they're trying to do to you. They're trying to sell you a car with a blown head gasket. Any car dudes listening now, listening in the future, I already know what I'm talking about before I even said it. The head gasket, basically, usually what people do is get a whole new engine, because you're going to have engine problems such as smoking, overheating issues. basically the fuel and the oil. I mean, the oil is mixing in with the coolant, and the gasket blown. Now they do have head gasket repair. I haven't had good experiences with that. I bought I had a 2001 Mitsubishi Galant that I bought from my uncle on some struggle shit, and I already knew the car had head gasket issues, and then I took it to uh some old dude, and he didn't know how to fix the car because exports is where people are good with exports. Some people are good with repairing imports and exports, but most people are only usually just good with imports. You can't just take your Japanese car to some goddamn dude and then expect him to just fix it. I learned my lesson from that because like I remember before I went to trucking school to try to learn how to drive trucks back in before Obama won the second election. Uh, I I had about $1,000 on me. I was going to go get another car from the Arabs, and this dude stopped me because he had an old sign that are you still there, Alonzo?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sitting here eating sunflower seeds. I'm
Just listening. Okay, cool.
yeah, I'm
I
listening
was,
to eating sunflower seeds. I'll
I
hop
was
in every once in a blue.
Oh no, it's cool. I was just making sure you was just listening because well, basically, long story short, so first red flag that I should have paid attention to, because like I said, I had about $1,000 on me. I was getting ready to buy a car from a buy here, pay here place, and this dude, I thought he sold cars because he had an old sign from the previous owner of that establishment. It was a car lot. Well, it just so happens he just repairs cars. He doesn't sell cars. So he kind of somewhat talked me into the fact that he could repair my issue with my car. And the red flag that I should have paid attention to was how was some lazy bum um, that good of a businessman that they'll leave an old sign from a previous owner that was probably 5 to 10 years ago. And basically it took a situation where it could a head gasket repair supposed to take like tops maybe a few days, most tops a week. It took this bum about 3 months to repair the head gasket. So I went through a huge inconvenience waiting on this bum to repair the car. Spent like $900 and drive off the lot, or not the lot, but the auto repair shop. Same issue was going on. The car started overheating, and I was like, "What the fuck?" So I should have just took the money and just got another car, like because that's what I ended up doing. And I ended up like having to tow the car for like junk the car for like I don't know $400 or $500, and it was just like shit like that did happen quite a bit with the cars that I bought where they were like less than $1,000. Even cars that I bought that were like $1,500. I had issues like that very recently. Um, so it is risk when you do buy these cars. To be honest, a lot of it is you gotta not be. Um, it's a combination of desperate and just overlooking shit. Like you really gotta look at things as they are. How I looked up with the bins, I the dude took care of it relatively well. The guy I bought it from, he was basically a hobby bonsai. Uh, he grew bonsais out his garage. How many guys do you know do that? I'll wait for your response.
Not too many.
Right, exactly. And if you know, do you know anything about bonsai trees?
Other than they there for the feng shui.
Yeah, yeah, it is Japanese related, but the thing is that what is very peculiar about bonsai trees is that um, one is that they are mini trees, obviously, but you know, that being said, some of those trees he showed me were like 3 or 4 or 500 years old, and they were literally small mini trees. So, like, you have to be relatively careful with them. Some of those trees are like can be in the thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars. You got to be very, very meticulous with them, and give them a right amount of water that they need, and you have to prune them properly. You might have to replant them. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is, I'm sure you heard of the whole green thumb thing.
Yeah.
Well, you better have a fucking like super green thumb to deal with bonsai trees. It's like very advanced form of like gardening or whatever you want to call it. Um, it's just I wonder if I get kicked off of YouTube for showing this. I don't think so, but I'm not gonna do it. You know what? I'll show you this in the back chat. I don't know.
All right.
These might be real, but I don't know if they necessarily real. Um, let me see here. How can I show this? Share this. Create a link. Okay. Copy. Okay. Cool. Yeah, but I was what's going on, Nino? What's up? What's up?
Coffee, what's good, bro?
I was looking through all my old pictures, man. And I saw that, you know. Um, but yeah, let me show the car again. I mean, that's the back end of it, but that's a pretty good picture right there. But yeah, I saw some bigums coming down the street in Indiana, and they had
Damn, that's nice.
yeah, that's the same car from yesterday.
No, I'm not talking about the car, bro.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Right. So that's some random chick that was on Facebook that
Shit.
I'm sure she got a lot of boyfriends. And,
Oh yeah, it's 100 niggas in the DM. Let me
yeah,
drink your bath water.
and that's just the DM. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Outside it might be 100,000.
that's true.
But you never know. You never know. You might be that lucky individual. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why you gotta shoot your shot.
Right, right.
That's why they say that.
Sure appreciate it. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. The thing is the bigums, they had one of them new like GLEs or something. They had
Okay, so yeah, the GLE is the new ML.
yeah, they had one of these joints. Let me see. Mercedes Benz MLE. So yeah, I mean, I got Benz fever too. Actually, they had a GLE. They had this. It was a GLE. So
Yeah, the GLE so I think it was 2016 that they stopped the ML and they replaced the ML series with the GL was it the GLE? So the GLE is the replacement for the ML. And then you're looking at the GLE, that's the AMG GLE, the one that looks like the 6 series,
hmm,
like the BMW 6.
this is exactly the car.
That's it.
This is exactly the car. Kind of same model, I think. that they had. They might have the model they had probably wasn't no GLE. He said, man, I don't know, you guys were car dudes too. Man, shoot, cars and money go like, that's like shit. Car money, cash, hoes. More, you could just say money, cars, houses, and hoes. Like, I mean, that's ain't that what shit? What the dudes?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Ain't that the dudes with Wall Street what they own? Shit, what the fuck? You know. But the thing is that I will say this. I did the video. I do not be fucking with hoes, man, like that. In my age, no, sir. I'm not trying to get rich so I can get hoes, ladies and gentlemen. No. Cause you got some man eaters out here, man.
Right, you trying to get rich so the hoes can get you. Now let me stop.
Right. So they can get your ass. You know what I'm saying? You got down, be strung up somewhere, be goddamn it sitting in a motherfucking tub, and woke up your liver hanging outside your body, or your kidneys, half of your kidneys hanging out. They might not even leave one. They gonna take both of them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Cause see, I also like that's chess related too. That queen is a beast, and you got some bitches like here, like they be talking about, they be playing real life chess. Shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like this one is right here, like what I'm talking about. You know, this definitely will get the screw face. Matter of fact, this is universal screw face right here. You gonna get screw face from everybody. This is United Nations screw face material. Caravana 49,000. Used
Copy.
53,000. Monthly payment it range from $625 to $885 a month, and that does not include full coverage insurance. Probably gonna need some gap insurance too. Also warranty coverage as well, because he ain't gonna be able to fix this bad boy. My cousin right now, he got a nice Mercedes Benz that is basically a parts mobile that he has to pay for, because the engine blew. The engine is about 16 grand, and that doesn't even cost the repair. And he's part German. His daddy's side is German.
God damn, this nigga said he got a parts mobile.
Yeah, man, he got the car. He said he got taken advantage of. He was gonna try to sue. But yeah, he got a car. You know, these cars, man, they, he young, and his advice, he should have followed his own advice, because he told me a long time ago, I had got a car, 2005 Volvo XC90, and he said, don't get it, and it come to find out, it was like a bad decision. He shouldn't have got that car, because the thing is, if he would have got the car, you need full coverage. I mean, not full coverage, you need warranty coverage. I will say the motherfuckers that be bugging you and shit, the robo dialers and stuff, talking about we got warranty coverage. Well, they are warranty coverage will save you. I did a project, IT project for a warranty company in the northern suburbs of Illinois. They basically dealt with warranties. They sold warranty coverages. I saw the whole company. They had a call center. They were talking to car repair shops, negotiating warranty coverages and all that type of stuff. So you do need warranty coverage. I will recommend warranty coverage for anybody. It's a couple things. If the vehicle, you can't fix it, you might want to get that warranty coverage. Meaning, like a car like this, it screams warranty coverage because, all right, the engine goes out in this bad boy. See, this is the type of shit people don't think about, right? So all I gotta do is, right, all I gotta do is put in 2019 Mercedes GLE engine. I can just put engine. I can actually just let's put engine repair. This car's so new that let's just put replacement costs and repair power.
Yeah, that is a very new car.
Yeah, repair power is pretty decent. So let's put this in here. Let's go with this route. Let's just to show for, we don't be up here just saying any old thing. I don't do that shit.
Facts. Repair pal is the truth.
I don't. You don't do that either. So I mean, we saving people money over here. We giving valuable information. You know what I'm saying? So let's see here. It's so new they don't even really have a lot of data because some people don't. Mercedes the engine ain't supposed to go out in like 4 years, but I mean it happens. Let me see here. Just the fluid change is like $500. The transmission fluid, it has 0 reported problems.
I ain't gonna hold you. I'm so into Mercedes. When I get my pickup truck, hopefully they'll bring back the X Class. Did you see the X Class?
Nah, I wasn't even paying attention, man.
X Class Benz is the pickup truck, just like the B Class.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna look.
Or the A Class.
Let me see here. See, they don't even have the engine. They don't have any engine repair costs in here.
Not yet. It's too new, bro. That's that shit came out, I think, in maybe 17.
Right. So yeah, that's what I was kind of looking at. Like, it's so new that it's like you would have to get the. I mean, you could get them at the junkyard because there's always some nigga crashing a car. This is.
Oh yeah, salvage yard, easy.
Yeah, this is it right here. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. I can find some shit because Mercedes-Benz will tell you the parts list. They'll show you the diagram too. But good luck trying to repair that shit because it's not like an American car. So the total cinder block is 24 grand. That's brand new from Mercedes-Benz them itself. So that's just the engine. So imagine trying to actually buy a new engine. Okay. I've had BMW and Mercedes now. I'm living like how the rich white boys or how Savvy would do with money watches his money from New York would do. Yeah, man, shoot. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna hold you. Man, I remember I used to take pictures in front of Mercedes when I ain't even had no money and no car. Before I even had my license, I used to do that. I got modeling pictures in front of a Mercedes when I used to go to modeling school.
So you really got Benz fever?
Huh? I'm more of a home.
I said you really got Benz fever.
Yeah. I mean, I'm good with any car would do. Just about. If I like, I got a wide palette when it comes to cars. More of a home insurance dude before getting the latest car. May get another luxury up to date car in the future just to have two before the pandemic. Long as you don't get an aftermarket, you can get one at Pick and Pull. Yeah, they gonna have some. you're gonna have to call around. You might have to go far to get an engine replacement. So I mean, this is just a brand new engine block, right? That doesn't complete the car, the repair. I can just tell you the cost of putting this engine in. First, you're gonna have to probably go to a custom shop, you where they do exotic cars, because that's probably where the only place you can do it. If you go to Mercedes Benz and they actually swap the engine, you could good luck. Get ready to start selling dick, literally. Um, good be beyond even selling dick. To be honest with you, good. You might have to go, start selling weight. Shit. I mean, to get this repaired, literally probably is at the very least half of the cost of the engine. So I'm talking 10 to 15 grand just for engine installation. They got to take the old engine out and reinstall the new engine. I'm talking about at the Mercedes Benz dealership. And that might be more than that.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it might be more than that. And you at the cost of, okay, we've already seen that. The cost of the car is 50 grand. So wait, I'm trying to show the other screen. So yeah, the cost is only 50 grand. So yeah, I mean, and Carvana, I mean, it's just bad boy got 62,000 miles. I don't trust Carvana with all of the news stories and stuff like that that's going down with them selling stolen cars and shit like that. So you better get some fucking warranty. You better get some warranty coverage on this bad boy. But it's nice. I mean, something like this, you don't want to live certain areas with no car like this. I mean, at the very least, you want to have it in your garage and come out like Batman in the wee hours of the night.
Well, worst case scenario, in your parking lot, like if you had live in a condo or something.
Yeah, you're like in certain parts of Gary, you do not want to be driving around, kicking it in no car like this. You want to be driving through, and then you know what I'm saying, go about your business. Ain't nobody gonna bother you. I mean,
yeah, but they might take the car if you outside of it.
Yeah, you passing through, you good. But if you like around the hood and they know who you are, they know they watch your car. You like, dude, what? Let me get that, homie. And I mean, I don't know. This is all theory. You know what I'm saying? Like I had my old Benz around here. I ain't had no issues. But this is an expensive car. I mean, it's kind of not expensive, but it's kind of like at that range where it technically is. It's old. I mean, but not that old to me. But it's like, it's
yeah, but
like,
depreciation is a motherfucker for this car to only be 49,000 right now, and that's a 19. Because this shit was like $130 to start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this probably was like 100 grand, brand new. I mean, the thing is why would you even want something like this in the hood? Because you driving around with a fucking car, a house. You can buy a house in Gary that is pretty livable for 49 grand. You driving around like this is like something you probably would kind of fit in well in the upper middle class, upper class community. You don't really want to. You don't want to be balling around a bunch of people struggling and shit. It's just a cardinal sin. But other than that, you could if you want to. It's a few people that I've seen that got some pretty nice cars. But yeah, I mean this is expensive.
Yeah, but if they in the hood, they also label them like that they don't work a regular job, and they might say some bullshit. Oh, I'm a barber. No, nigga, you're not a barber. Barbers don't make that kind of money. The fuck is you talking about? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean pretty much. you basically you gotta look at it like this, man. You can't see it. This is saying I had how many businesses I had? I had like used. I mean, I had about three. Wait, yeah, I had about three Benzes so far. Used Benzes. I had a 91 Mercedes E300. Then I had a 98 E350, and then I had no E450, and then I had a had the ML350. That was my last one. And the thing about it is, like, the reason why you can get a Benz or a used Benz, like, that is a saying, anybody can get a Benz. And then you can say this about a lot of cars. Anybody can get a Benz, but not too many can actually repair a Benz. That's why around tax season you'll see people get Benzes, and then they gonna have some repair problems, and then that motherfucker sitting somewhere, you know, because you can get these cars, but repairing them, you know, it's a whole nother, like I just showed you for this particular vehicle. It's a whole nother monstrosity. Okay, the engine for this brand new at the Mercedes dealership, and this is old. This is 5 years old at this point, or no, 4 years old at this point. Engine is $24,000, and that's just the price. With tax, it's probably gonna be over about. You're talking about tax. You still gotta pay tax. You might be at about what? Shit. Cook County still has about close to 10% tax.
Yeah, I was about to say about 26,000.
Yeah, you're gonna be about 26,000 for the engine, brand new. Then who knows who the fuck and how much it's gonna cost to put the engine in the car, to replace the engine. Take the old engine out and put the new one in. This is the shit I'm talking about. We like, at our age, we're actually called young elders. Okay, we're old enough to have been through a lot of different things. We actually know some shit. I ain't gonna say we know or nobody knows everything, but once you reach about 40, you know some shit. Even if you a bum, you know some shit. Crackhead, whatever. You done been around some shit. You done been around the block to know a little things or two. I'm gonna tell you, there's been many instances where I realized, damn, I should have had some type of warranty. You can't get warranty coverage on certain cars. I think they have a cutoff year, and then they have a mileage cutoff. Like, over, so let's just say 150,000 miles, they probably won't cover the vehicle. And then certain years, they're not going to cover the vehicle. But they have warranty coverage for houses too. That's why it's like, people don't notice, like, you can get warranty coverage for a house. So if your furnace went out, you pay like $200 a month. If something happened to your furnace or pipe bust, okay, you just call a warranty coverage, and they'll, come out, estimate the damages, and then you'll be repaired. Of course, there's pros and cons.
That's actually true, because people think it's covered in their homeowner's insurance, and it's not. Actually, if I could speak to that real quick, going back to the whip that's on the screen. One thing that you mentioned about insurance and it going expensive, there's a reason why insurance is expensive for niggas. Right? The same niggas who, see, in the East Coast, you'll find man niggas who live in the projects who drive this car.
Yeah.
In fact, I know a few here in Connecticut, right, who they live in an apartment building who they rent for 10 years don't cost the cost of this car.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But they are going to pay this car off,
Yeah.
supposedly, versus, you know what I'm saying, live somewhere. Now, if the car is 10 years old, that's a different story, but it ain't going to be 50,000 in 10 years. Right? It might be 10,000 in 10 years.
Yeah.
Right? That's a different story. But even things like insurance, so the coverage that you get, right, matters, right? So I know you said they supposed to have full coverage versus just liability. So to speak to that real quick, regardless of what you get, you need to have enough liability coverage to be considered a responsible payer. So I'm gonna base it off of New York numbers. New York state minimums, which is what most people do to get on the road, and that's why they be like $600 for their first month, because they're also paying broker fees and stuff. I'll explain that in the future. But they so they get New York state, or they get state minimums. So 25, 50, 10, which means they'll pay up to $25,000 per person in the accident, up to $50,000 for the entire accident, and up to $10,000 for any property damage, like a car or a house or whatever. Right? But that is not considered a responsible payer. So those people who have certain limits of liability, whether you have full coverage or liability only, are the people who are paying for everybody else's accidents, right? So say you got state minimums, right? But you've been with State Farm for 5 years, and every 6 months they just keep going up. And you be like, yo, this is some bullshit. Like, I done been with y'all for 5 years, and I ain't never had an accident. I ain't never put in a claim. I ain't never been late on my premiums. And y'all keep going up on me. Well, they're going up because you're paying the cost of all of the people who got accidents because you're an irresponsible insured. Right? Yeah. The realm that you get to become what they consider a responsible insured is a minimum of 100, 350. Right? So that means up to $100,000 per person in the accident, a total of $300,000 for everybody in the accident. And this is people who are injured outside of your car. And a total of $50,000 worth of property damage, right? So this way, if you bump into that GLE, AMG, right, you don't fuck around and have to pay out of pocket for a $50,000 car, right? Because you got property damage. But what happens, like I said, is you paying for everybody else. Everybody who has accidents, they be like, all right, the people under this threshold, we're just going to raise their premiums every 6 months. The people over this threshold, we're just going to leave them the same way for 5 years. In fact, you see them accident forgiveness commercials that you see from Allstate? A company has something like that. They just call it something else. And so you don't get that. You don't trigger that shit until you reach certain limits of liability. You know what I'm saying? It's going to vary for different companies in different states. But I know New York is 100, 300 is the minimum of a responsible. Well, that's countrywide. But, you know, that's kind of the way that works.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically you know, that's kind of what I was saying like earlier. You know, them Kia boys in Chicago, you know, they kind of made Kia, they actually got a lawsuit. Kia's got to pay out money because of that. They made their cars too accessible via technology. Because I think from what I saw a video. I think I even posted it where the Kia boys, they just use a USB device, and then they able to rig the ignition. Because see, back in the I know how to replace ignition as well on a car, and it's not. I've never stole a car. I just.
Well, you say you went to mechanics school. So.
Yeah, I used to work on my cars because I didn't have the money. A lot of times it was because of necessity. I didn't have the money to get the car fixed. So so when I've replaced the ignition module in a couple cars. You usually have to go in the dash. I mean, not in the dash. In the car's wheel, and basically take apart a lot of stuff and get to the ignition module. Then you have to go to the dealer to get a new ignition module with a new set of keys. Well, I just described a bunch of things that revolve keys. Well, the key is they had it to where you don't have to use any keys. It was just some type of USB device. I guess because they had auto start. I'm not quite sure, but it was something that it made it relatively easy for these guys to kind of jack or whatever. And this is a video real quick to explain the process, what they do to get these Kias. So this is a short video real quick.
Get your own car. Get you a job. You ain't in school, go back to school to get an education and work on getting your own car. And stop stealing folks' cars.
What y'all call yourself? The Kia boys, aka thieves? Y'all stole Miss Gwendolyn's car. She had
Hold on, it's some lag. Hold on, me.
Had 2 Bibles and a tambourine in her car. That lady just goes to church and minds her business, and y'all need to be ashamed. And yes, they're still stealing Kias and Hyundais, y'all. So much so that there is a class action lawsuit.
And I got some good news for you. We found your car, but it's total.
Gwendolyn Buchanan's Hyundai Elantra stolen, taken for a joyride and totaled. Recovered by police and taken to an impound lot on Grand River.
Looked like somebody ran into something and my car was folded up like a hamburger. It didn't make any sense.
It happened Thursday in Detroit. Gwendolyn and her son think she's the latest to be targeted by the Kia boys. Thieves in Michigan and across the country stealing Kias and Hyundais and often taking them for joyrides, something they learned how to do from watching TikTok videos. It's called the Kia Challenge.
You stole from a lady that had 2 Bibles in the car and a tambourine.
So that you saw the USB device that they was just using. Let me go back to they just showed a quick flash. They doing that because they don't want nobody to actually just go and watch channel news and then actually do the shit. Like, so they showed it real quick, but you can see it right here. He using a USB device to start the car. So yeah.
Wow.
It's called the Kia Challenge.
You stole from a lady that had 2 Bibles in the car and a tambourine. That is a curse on you. You are going to get caught.
Hyundai and Kia now agreeing to pay out approximately $200 million to settle a class action lawsuit in connection with the Kia Challenge. Earlier this year, the manufacturer began implementing software updates to make the cars harder to steal.
So now, even though if they break the window, they'll break the window. Let's say I'm going to put in the key. But as soon as I put in the key, alarm goes off.
But that won't help Gwendolyn or the thousands of other Kia and Hyundai owners who have all.
That ain't going to help. I mean, 3 o'clock in the morning, my
Yeah. Man, listen, you know how many people don't give a fuck about the car alarm?
Shit in New York, I'm sure it's more than people in Chicago don't care. Shit. Especially motherfuckers got to get up to go to work and shit. 3 o'clock in the morning, man. They don't even report gunshots. You think they gonna give a fuck about a horn going off?
Fact.
I mean,
They just looking like, yeah, I wish that motherfucker would turn that fucking horn off.
right, exactly. You know, motherfuckers be cussing out the window. I mean, like, basically, yeah, that ain't gonna do it, man. I mean, that they need to, like, basically, they don't want to do what they need to do. Basically, they have to do a recall, and they'd have to basically modify the ignition. they
Well,
basically,
see, you know what? The car alarm is not meant for inner city living, right? Because in a jumbled big city, nobody is gonna give a fuck. But like in like, for example, in Indiana, even in the hood, to hear a car alarm go off, you know it's in somebody's driveway, right? Like, it ain't like you guys have it set up. It's not project building. It's more houses, right?
well, and then Gary is probably gonna be the same similar result because it's a lot. I mean, it might be it's less people, but like, I mean, it just be an annoyance. You know what I'm saying? Like, it, you know, it's not like people gonna be like, all right, well, let me call the police because I hear
All right.
what the horn alarm is good for is one of those areas where, kind of similar to what you said, like maybe the suburbs of anywhere in America where, let's just say, it's kind of like, I want to say more like an area where people call the police and regularly it'd be like old ladies looking out the window, like kind of like a C grade neighborhood.
Like a small town, like Peep Game. I know a woman who lives in a town in California with a population of a little less than 20,000.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like stuff like communities like that where people on the block know each other, and then it's like people be outside or they look out the window and stuff regularly. Yeah, the horn alarm does work. Even the horn alarm works for the actual owner because you know your alarm instinctively, and you probably would hear it because it's close to where you live. It'll be in front of your house or in your driveway, in your garage or whatever. You come outside and you know what I'm saying, confront the people that's trying to steal your car because you'll hear it. That's what the actual alarm is for you.
Yeah.
Not necessarily for other people to say something about. But that's still not enough. That's not, I mean, alarms are not deterrents. You know, you know, the actual deterrent is not having your ignition system so easily acceptable. I mean, that's the deterrent. But I, you know, as a technologist, I understand what, or even as a, you know, somebody that works on cars, I understand why they're not taking these steps further, because they would have to re-engineer their ignition system, and they can probably only do that to newer models, not existing models, because they'll lose money doing that.
Right.
Once those cars roll off the factory manufacturer line, that's it. That's the end of the product line. They already made it, they already engineered it, and they're trying to sell the car. They're not trying to re-engineer the car. That's not how that works. You know what I'm saying? He said like 227. I don't understand what. I ain't saw all the episodes of 227.
No place like home, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, like they stole a car on the episode of 227 or something.
I don't know. Listen, I'm. You got me by like 3 years. That 3 years is a very big substance of shit happening in the 1980s. Because the world started to change a lot in the 80s. Like the 80s was an ill ass decade though. If you was black with money, like working in financial services in the 80s, it was the shit. Like you
Oh,
was able to get your kid all the new toys and shit.
he talking about the old lady that watched everything. She lived, I think she lived.
Oh yeah. Like fuck, I can't think of her name.
Them ladies are long and gone, bro. You know what they do now? They just be gossiping on the neighborhood app. That's what they do now. They don't have to stare out the window, Coffee. They can basically watch they doorbell camera. They ain't gotta look out for. You know what I'm saying? They could just.
Well, yo, I'm gonna hop off, bro. I'm gonna holler later.
Okay. All right.
All right. Peace.
Peace. Yeah, they don't even have to look out the window. They still got some soldiers on the lookout still.
Already had their car stolen. Thieves.
But like most of them is gone to the upper room, and like my grandma, her friend that lived next door, she used to look out the window. I mean, like all the time. She ain't had nothing but to do. Her best date was looking out the window and seeing somebody near her house. So like she gone to the she had to go to a nursing home because she got too indigent. She couldn't be at home by herself no more. So her son is like in his late 60s. He had to clean out the house and everything, and she's in a nursing home basically. She like 90 something. Yeah, she about 90 something years old. Man, she used to cuss you. Man, we get on her grass, she'd come outside and cuss us out. You know, just because we got on her grass. And then she ain't want nobody parking in her parking space, so she put a handicap sign in front of her parking space. So if you got in front of her, if you parked on, she was so petty. This how petty she was. Man, Miss Smith, folks, petty ass. Miss Smith, boy, if you parked, she was so goddamn petty, man. This broad, matter of fact, I forgot how petty this broad was. Man, if you got close to her pole, so she had a handicap sign, a handicap pole, like you'll see in a parking spot. This hoe was so goddamn petty. If you parked your car and your nose of your car was next to the sign on the pole, she gonna come her old raggedy broke ass outside the house and goddamn say something about you parking near her pole, her handicap pole. So she was literally so petty that she was just in the house worrying about somebody parked close to her pole. And then it's like, you know what I'm saying, just petty. I mean, you park to the closer to her pole, she gonna say something. Oh, you park too close to the pole. Like, bitch, ain't nobody even come. She act like somebody gonna come to see her in that little millisecond or an inch next to the handicap parking sign gonna make a bit of difference between somebody visiting her fucking old crusty ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, it's people like that. They do good and they do bad. They do good because that type of petty, you need that type of petty. Because I'm sure she gave the white people hell, the petty captain too. But I don't know. I ain't see her ass as far as what she did when she was younger or whatever the fuck. But That shit just petty. You basically saying you ain't got no life. You worried about motherfuckers parking an inch close to a pole. You know, she, man, and I don't know about, like, she was married. She was married. I don't know how she act. I'm gonna call my uncle and ask him how did she act when she was married. You know, and then you gotta be careful too. Just imagine if she petty like that. I mean, her husband died a long time ago before I was even born. And she was just in her house, just motherfucking watching people come on the grass and shit. And then, you know, she got the handicap sign. She got the handicap signs around like the 90s and shit. You park an inch close to a raggedy ass pole, she gonna come outside talking about you park too close to the pole. So imagine her how she used to probably rag her husband. You know what I'm saying? She's just probably just nagged the shit out of her husband. I could just imagine that shit, man. You know, you said as a matter of fact, I would be covering that woman in the next project. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I mean, but see, this the thing. She could have been, instead of motherfucking waiting in the house, watching some kids playing on her grass, and then getting a motherfucking sign just so she could complain about, you know, somebody parking close to her pole. She could be using that energy, you know what I'm saying, to, you know, call her grandkids or something, you know, uh just, you know, do something. I mean, not just sit in the house and just watch people and complain. Like, she could have been doing something, like, she, you know, I mean, this was before the internet and shit like that, but she could have motherfucking, I don't know, got a job and been working at, you know, as a call center or something. I don't know. I mean, it's just like, I don't get people like that, man. That's why I don't know, man. I mean, anyway, the dude gonna sell that house. They gonna probably sell that house. You know, she had an old Cadillac. She had an 86 Cadillac Eldorado. She got low mileage because she ain't go nowhere. Her hobby, she got off on just watching people coming into her grass and you know, then parking next to her pole. So that was her little high for the day, you know, and she wasn't worried about driving hardly nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So she got low mileage on this old classic car. I'm not really into classic cars like that. My uncle is. And my uncle petty too. My uncle be petty than a motherfucker too. I had a woman to report to the housing association that I had not cut my grass, and people secretly comes out my backyard. She never saw people go in front. Shit. Yeah, man. It's, you know, it's some petty people, man. You know, it's some petty ass people, man. And you know, some people do some dangerous shit to them people, man. They get tired of that shit. You know, but shit, she ain't never came outside though. I used to shovel her snow. I used to shovel her snow, and you know what I'm saying? When I was like living with my grandmother, you know, my grandmother, she was petty too. My grandmother petty too, but she petty to her own. She was petty to me and then other people, but she wasn't petty to like, if you was a stranger, she gonna act like, you know, you ever had parent, you know, some parents and grandparents or like family members, they act like a certain way with their own. They treat their own goddamn blood relatives like real bad, but then they try to treat strangers good. Like they try to pretend like they're an angel with strangers, but behind closed doors they evil in. You know, from the movie the Dalmatians and shit. You know, it's like, man, this shit crazy, man. How people be, but you know, that shit don't really amount to nothing. You know what I'm saying? That shit don't amount to no money, no millions of dollars, and no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? This shit don't. I could see if you an evil, mean motherfucker, man. At least you could have some money. You know what I'm saying? Like, you be old and rich and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You old and broke and shit, and you mean and shit. That shit don't mean nothing, man. That shit, that's wasted energy. You know, take your ass to the goddamn mercantile exchange, man, with your mean ass, and go be mean there. You know, go take your ass to them goddamn pits. They used to have them. They used to have the pits back in the 80s and the 70s, and they closed the pits down in the I think the early 2000s or the late 2000s. You know, take all that, you know, use that energy constructively. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you do with it. But she did help out my grandfather though. She helped my grandfather make a whole bunch of money. Shit. He helped my grandfather make a whole bunch of money. If you ever talk about a helpmate, shit, my grandmother, man, that's her. Shit, she was definitely a helpmate, boy. Shoot, my grandfather hired her as a cashier, and then shit, you know, I ain't gonna finish that story. The rest is history, but it wasn't no Disney fairy tale. Oh man. No, she was in the house. Oh, no, she was in the house. They got old brick ranches. They got a lot of brick ranches in Chicago. Man, these little brick, they got brick bungalows and brick ranches in Chicago, in the south side of Chicago. These things, man, could probably survive a nuclear bomb. It's a bunch of old brick houses that they built in the 50s and 60s. And then the bungalows, they kind of more luxurious than the ranches. They bigger. And you know, basically the white people used to live in the south side of Chicago. They built them. Then the white people left when the black people started moving in. That was before I was born though. Then they went to Indiana, and then they went up north and all over. But the south side of Chicago used to be all white back in the 60s and 50s. South side of Chicago used to be all white. Believe it or not, as ghetto as you think Chicago is, it was mostly white people that lived in those places. If you think about all the little ghetto places in Chicago, on the south side of Chicago, most of the white people used to live in those areas. And then they left. And they left whatever was there. If it was a church there, bunch of nice houses, whatever. They left it there. Yeah, man. I forget about shit like that. You know. Yeah, they had like Inglewood. Jennifer Hudson used to live in Inglewood. Now, here's the thing about Inglewood. Now, I know you heard about what happened to her sister and her mama and her brother. Inglewood is like the worst part of Chicago. That's where like it's the roughest. It's like, man, it's like a jungle. Now they trying to gentrify. They trying their hardest to gentrify Inglewood, and they slowly doing it, but it's a long way to go. Inglewood is like, man, you could like, it's certain places, you know, people be like Chicago dangerous. Well, Inglewood is what is dangerous about Chicago, because it's like Inglewood is one of them places. I don't know if it's still like that, but you could actually just be walking and you could catch a stray bullet. Damn, there's some activity around here. Something going down. But you can catch a stray bullet going to a corner store in Inglewood. Matter of fact, it was I was doing a service call. I was working on somebody computer or something, and they was like the dude. It was like a couple. They was a married couple or whatever, and the dude said he was kind of a wino. It was the chick's husband was a wino. So he said he went to the corner store in Inglewood one day, and he caught a stray bullet going to the corner store. And it's like, yeah, Inglewood, one of them places, like, man, they be shooting. They used to shoot at the police in Inglewood, man. So Jennifer Hudson, basically, she got rich. She went to the American Idol, made center stage, and she, got hooked up or whatever, with a record contract and everything, and movie roles and shit. Like, things just happened like real fast, right? She started getting opportunities and started getting money and stuff. So her sister was not as attractive as Jennifer Hudson's sister. As Jennifer Hudson is. And she didn't have the talents and gifts, and she also, had a lot of probably most likely self-esteem issues. She was morbidly obese. Like, she was like the big sister, and she was like real fat. Matter of fact, all of them was. Her mama was really fat, her sister and her brother. So they all lived in the house together. Jennifer Hudson went to Hollywood, and after she got the fame with the American Idol and the record contracts and the movie with Dream Girls and stuff. So her sister had some basically a ED209. She had an ED209 boyfriend. In case you haven't watched Tommy Sotomayor and whatever. ED209 means Ebony Destroyer 209. Let me play a video on ED209s. If you watch RoboCop and you watched Tommy Sotomayor, you already know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? It's like every content creator, they brought their own lexicons and stuff like that. Basically, ED209 is what Tommy brought as far as to the manosphere. This explanation. It means Ebony Destroyer 209. Because basically that's what. So you got BT 1000, and this is both from the movie RoboCop in 1987. So I mean, let me just share my screen real quick. Hold on. Shit. So I mean, this is not Pookie and Ray Ray. Not all Pookie and Ray Rays are ED209s and BT 1000s. You know what I'm saying? It's like the worst of the worst. It's the ED209. So this is the actual RoboCop ED209, which is a robot that basically just it's outfitted with guns and sensors. Pretty much they got this technology right now. That's what movies are for, to just get you accustomed to what's going to be seen in the future. But I'm trying to find. Oh, this is it right here. He explains it. Let me see what this is about. Oh, that ain't. I don't know what the hell that is. Let me see here. I gotta make a movie. I gotta make a video about ED209s because I don't see nothing. I mean, it's been old. Wait, let me see here. This is yeah, I gotta make some new footage. But basically a ED-209 is you know a guy that basically destroys the black community. You know what I'm saying? Let me play a clip of Platinum Elite. He explained niggas. I got a clip of Platinum Elite talking about basically. Let me play this shit real quick. It kind of goes hand to hand with it. You know what I'm saying? This is some shit I got. Wait, hold on. Yeah, right here. Hold on, let me get this shit. Hold on.
Because he can't stand to see nobody else with nothing. They'll rather burn and destroy than build. That's what niggas do. See, that's what I said. I knew that before I came here. They're not gonna when they're gonna get together. They're not gonna get. They go rather burn and destroy than build. That's what they do. That's what I'm saying. I grew up around that. I grew up in a black community, and I know niggas are haters. So I know that. That's just the nature of a fucking nigga to be a hater, because he can't stand to see nobody else with nothing. They'll rather burn and destroy than build. That's what niggas do. See, that's what I said. I knew that before I came here. They're not gonna when they're gonna get together. They're not gonna get. They go rather burn and destroy than build. That's what they do.
Yeah. So, I mean, but like basically, the boyfriend, whatever happened, he ain't get no money. I don't know what Jennifer Hudson knows what happened. Okay. As far as what was the motive of what he did, which was come up in the house, shot the mama, shot the brother, shot her sister. Okay. I think they had a baby. I don't know. I don't necessarily know like what transpired as far as if it was a baby involved. I think they had a baby. I don't know. But dude got sent to prison. I don't know like how long he got sent to prison. But yeah, dude was definitely an ED-209. he might have been a super modified ED-209. Then you got the BT-1000. So yeah, that's on my to-do list. I got to do an updated video on the ED-209s and the BT-1000s. It's because it needs to be a new recent video explaining that, because that shit's still going down, you know. Nah, that's I don't know what the hell that is, man. Yeah, so Tommy, he be going left or right, too right. Yeah, he be going way too yeah. You ain't never lied that. When he be on that shit, I'll be like, click. I'll be like, I gotta all right, he on some motherfucking cool shit. Let me go. Let me click off. He gotta please his white audience. All right. I'll catch him later on the next one. Yes. I ain't really, I mean, let me drop a link in case he watch it. Shit. Cause I mean, I ain't never called in to Tommy or nothing like that. He might want to light me up or some shit. I don't know. I got no respect. I just don't agree with everything he say. I mean, don't nobody agree with everything I say. I just, what I'm saying, I think he be a little bit to too far in the rabbit in the weeds, shit like that. You know, I mean, I like white people too. I admire white people to a very much degree, but I ain't, you know, I ain't all the way, you know, in that shit like that. Like, I mean, it just, you know, I mean, I respect white people. I mean, I look at it like this: everybody got their chance, you know, under the sun, to run the ship of civilization. You know what I'm saying? I mean, who am I to be like, okay, bitter or whatever about white folks? I mean, everybody had a chance, I believe, to run the quote unquote ship of civilization and rule. You know, had that, you know, heyday in the sun, and then they lose their heyday. You know, the thing is that you know, I ain't necessarily saying that I gotta, you know, kiss anybody's ass just because you know, somebody got some authority or power or money or influence or whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, the way I look at it is, well, you know, it's I don't know. I mean, everybody is very competitive. I mean, Arabs do niggas probably. Me and my homies used to have arguments, or not so much arguments. We used to have discussions like, who worse, Arabs or white folks? And it's like it's kind of a tough discussion because Arabs is still enslaving niggas in Africa. They got whole dungeons for niggas in Africa. They have like homemakers, like they have nannies or home servants. Like they actually caught people were using Facebook Messenger, Facebook apps, the marketplace to buy and sell Africans as slaves. I'm not kidding you. I'm talking about this is recently. They still doing that shit. To be honest, like you know what I'm saying, Arabs really like the low key on the low. Like people don't even know. Arabs some of the biggest motherfucking players and pimps you ever gonna meet. They have a hunger for fucking pussy that motherfucker would dream of. Like they have, to this day, Arabs still have harems. They just real secretive. You don't understand their language as well. And they're very, very private. They got books. They got ancient books on how to run a harem, how to have a harem. They got a lot of money from the oil, of course, and other investments. They, man, I mean, I can just go on. I could do a whole fucking video on, you know what I'm saying, how motherfuckers are clueless about Arabs. They so worried about white folks. You know, Arabs used to enslave white folks too. You know what I'm saying? And they still got fucking slaves. They got harems. The king, like King Abdullah, the king of Saudi Arabia, he had like, I think he had like 7 wives or something like that, or 6, and he had a harem. It might even have all kind of different harems. You don't know what the fuck they got, because over there, the thing is this, right? If you get caught talking about them, they'll cut your motherfucking head off. If you get caught like gossiping about them or some shit, talking about what they got, they'll kill you. And if you get caught doing anything what they trying to do, they will fucking kill you. Like you can't do, like you don't really have the money to live like they live. Like, okay, the Saudi rulers, they can have more women because they got money. Like you gotta actually have money to have a certain lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just be like, you know, you can have your own family and stuff like that, but when you like you really don't have the money and the lifestyle to live like they live anywhere near it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like hypergamy. Like, to be honest, like, you know what I'm saying? People complain about hypergamy and stuff like that, but Arabs and stuff like that, the hypergamy is in the Quran, really, technically. That's why I really don't say nothing too much about it. Like, it's you are supposed to have, you know, be able to take care of one woman. If you want more than one woman, you have to be able to take care of those women. Now, when it comes to what I'm talking about, the harems and the slaves and shit like that, they still doing that shit. Like, I mean, well, white folks put you in prison unjustifiably, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's what they do. It's actually written in the Constitution. They made the 13th Amendment and they amended it to say if you're a prisoner, you a slave. A lot of people miss that part. But the Arabs, they will motherfucking throw your ass in a dungeon and motherfucking goddamn it sell your ass in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, now the Africans, they, you know what I'm saying, they know how they get down. You know what I'm saying? They don't, you know what I'm saying? They don't, you know what I'm saying? They wary of them. But black people in America don't know how they get down. You know what I'm saying? They you know what I'm saying? They be, you know, they clueless because niggas don't read and they don't research history. You know, but the thing is that you know, we used to, my homies, like when I was, you know, kind of religious and I used to go to the mosque and stuff, we used to talk about stuff like that, like who was kind of worse or whatever. But I mean, you know, it's like the Arab ain't gonna necessarily do a lot of stuff to you per se. Like, it gets deep, with stuff too. Like, you know, it's it goes deep with certain things like that too. Like, but you know, it's a old ancient, you know what I'm saying, level of competition when it comes to the Arab, you know. That's kind of why I'm not religious no more. That's why I don't, you know what I'm saying, go to like all of the, I don't necessarily call myself religious or anything like that. Cause you know, I remember when I used to get done making my prayer or salat, right? And I would see the eyes. Cause I'll say this, I mean, Islam is probably the most like diverse religion. Cause you go to a mosque and you gonna see everybody. You're gonna see African Americans, you're gonna see Africans, Indians, Pakistanis, you know, all Arabs, Palestinians, Saudis, Yemenis. All of these people are at a mosque to go pray. But when you get done praying, you just another nigga. They still Arab, they still Pakistani, you know, they still whatever culture they are, you know. Yeah, I was over there and that was it. Like once I hear that somebody basically says that they took a almost like a vow of poverty or whatever, I can't listen to that. Like, what the fuck? He said he waiting on a check or some shit. The fuck? I don't know what the fuck he on, man. That shit, he on some old Democrat waiting for a grant shit. That's what a lot of them niggas be talking about. Like, Mike V on that shit too. Like, I'm waiting for a grant ass nigga. Fuck you. I ain't waiting on no goddamn grant. Kiss my ass. Shit. You waiting for no government to save me. Waiting for no government to write no bill to save my black ass. Fuck out of here. Shit. Yeah, they very private. And you can learn something from that shit too, though. You can learn something from that. I ain't saying go get slaves, but here's the thing. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is what I got to say about that. Now, women should be to a certain level very highly submissive towards you. It works better that way to the right man. But see, women have a problem with finding the right man. Really, the father is supposed to negotiate to find that right man. You know, that's how actually where the Muslims, or you want to say that the Muslims have it right, or the Arabs, or Africans, Asians, whatever, the Muslims, they have it right when it comes to their courting practices, because it's very simplified and it works. And it actually was the courting practices of old in the United States. The father, I say again, was the finance manager. He gave the approval for the daughter to choose the guy. When the finance manager was no longer involved, and everybody can get the car and everything like that, and Joyride and Kia Boys and all this other shit went to fuck hell. It literally, I literally, you know what I'm saying? That's how it went. Even me, I remember, I was dumb and shit, but I remember when I had to pick up a chick to go take a date, take her to the movies when I was like 18. I went and picked somebody up, pick a chick up, and I had to introduce myself to the father. Now I ain't gonna lie, that was the late 90s. It was more conservative than from like the 70s and 80s and stuff. You had to actually talk to the dad and actually kind of somewhat negotiate being able to take the daughter out. It wasn't like that. It was just like, hey, how's it going, sir? Oh yeah, we just going to the movies. That was just how it was. It wasn't that conservative, and that's fine. At least she had that. But like now, you ain't no father you even talking to. You might talk to the mom, but you might not even talk to the mom. You know what I'm saying? You just go straight to the daughter. Yeah. Now, yeah, I mean, it's some tripped out ass shit, man, when it comes to, like that type of stuff. Now, I know what's going on, you know what I'm saying? I know what's going on. Yep. 13th Amendment. Okay. Oh, salam alaikum. Oh, you tried all of them, huh? Dang, okay. So you kind of like me, like you just, you know what I'm saying, all over the place with it. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I just disagree. I call them, I just call them, waiting for a grand ass niggas. Waiting for a grand ass nigga. Oh, you waiting for a grant. We should overcome with a grand ass niggas. Fuck that shit, man. It's people, man, that they got grants and they already getting money. You know what I'm saying? Like, my grandfather in the late 60s, early 60s, he got with his army buddy, and they started a pharmacy, then started a liquor store. He wasn't waiting for no grant. He was working for a bank, saved his money. His army buddy got, Mason buddy or whatever. I don't know if his army buddy was a Mason buddy too, but they put their money together and they started a fucking business. He became a millionaire. His co-partner became a millionaire too. It was that fucking simple. Well, no grant. When niggas wasn't waiting on no grant. When you tell me grant, basically a project nigga. You a lower economic dude that just got some money. Because that's who be talking about that. That was the conversation I got when I had my store in the hood. I used to hear cats talking about, man, I would have started a store too if I would have had a grant. Man, you put your motherfucking balls to the wall, put your money up, and start a business. I mean, you relatively it's easy now because you got business plans, you got people giving out free information. I'm a wealth of knowledge. I'm giving free information. It's real easy now to start a business. You know, there are some grants, but if you waiting on a government grant, good luck. You know, you might as well start and then try to actually apply for government contracts. Get a DUNS number, DUNS number, and then apply for government grants, local, city, and also state and federal grants, or not so much grants, but contracts. If you want to apply for a grant, there's plenty of grants you can apply for them. It's nothing stopping you. But putting your business on hold till you actually get a grant, well, it depends on the situation. Now, if you need millions of actual dollars to actually do business, yeah, you probably do need a grant. You do need a actual public grant from the government. Yeah, but the thing is that, like, you don't need millions of dollars to start a business. I didn't need millions of dollars to start alsherbs.com. I didn't need that. I didn't need millions of dollars to start my computer business. I just needed relatively about 10 grand. 100 grand would have been better, but I didn't need a fucking government grant to start my business. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me go to blackenterprise.com, man, because you got motherfuckers listening to that shit, and then they thinking it's hard. You know what I'm saying? They thinking it's hard out here for a pimp and shit, and it's not. This motherfuckers actually getting money. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not fucking difficult like that. Not everybody has started their business with a fucking grant. I'll just talk about one person, for example. This dude started his business with $100. AG Gaston. You know what I'm saying? Started his business with a fucking $100 back in the fucking Jim Crow oppression. Started his fucking business with a motherfucking $100. Motherfucker can't tell me shit about business. That was my first major in college. Started his business with $100 motherfucking dollars. Talking about some goddamn waiting on the grant. Fuck out of here. $130 million fortune. He started his goddamn business with a fucking grant. Hell no. He started his business with $100 in his goddamn cock and balls and his goddamn 2 feet motherfucking goddamn it in his arms, in his heart, in his brain, or arms, legs, arm, head. That's how he started a goddamn fucking business, and made $130 million fortune off burying Negroes. Started a funeral business with $100. Wait for no goddamn motherfucking niggas. They weren't even giving niggas. You think they ain't giving black people grants now? They weren't giving them no grants back in no goddamn 40s and 30s either. Shit. See, born in 1892, grandson of a slave. And he started his I already know his story. I ain't even got to read this shit. $100. $100 was a lot of money a long time ago. When did he start his business actually? What year? Let's see. His entrepreneurial journey started in 1923. He worked with Booker T. Washington Burial Society, offering affordable funerals to co-workers. The business grew fast, formed ties with local black ministers who sent their members to the business. And I already know the $100 story. I've already researched this dude. He actually is one of the dudes that I was supposed to be talking about on my rags to riches story, but I haven't finished the part 2 yet. Can't tell me shit about no goddamn business. I've actually had a business. I still have a business to this day.
$400 still fighting to this day. To this day. To this day. You just sit here, you don't know what I'm talking about?
To this fucking day. I shit. God damn it. I had a store on 79th Street in a fucking heart of the ghetto on the south side of Chicago, making money. Had balls, and then I had a fucking 380 on my in my store in case my balls couldn't motherfucking if it wasn't enough, and I never had to use it. Never had to use it. Never even got close to having to use it because my balls was sufficient. My heart and my balls was sufficient enough to get me through. I used to live in the back of the store too, because it was, shit. That's a whole nother story. And the Arabs was on the corner. They had all of the fucking damn near businesses, most of them. They had end to end. All of them knew each other. They all knew each other. They all were pretty much very much family. One had a corner store, the other one had a corner store, and then they had another corner store on the other end. You know what I'm saying? They they all knew each other. And I knew Arabic, so I knew how to talk to them a little bit. But it was they pirates. They are pirate people. You can't trust them. You can trust them to a certain degree, but they some pirates. You know what I'm saying? They get down shit. They like money and booty. Shit. They grew up shit. That's what they know, man. They come over here to be pirates. They out for booty, and that's it. I mean, pretty much like I will say this, man. Now that I, and I know you way out, man. You one of them high level brothers, because you also part of a fraternity too. You up there, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You well researched, well informed. You can learn a lot, man. You can learn a lot from if you understand the Bible and the Quran, you are bad. You are a bad boy. You're a bad girl. If you understand and actually can interpret the Quran and the Bible, you are a bad mofo. I mean, I'll just say that. Just those two books alone. Because most people just know if they're Christian, they only know the Bible. And if you know actually the Quran as well, you can interpret both. You are highly intelligent. You are a fucking genius if you understand both of those books, because there's so much science in those, there's so much history in those, there's so much just a lot of just information in those books that is just mind blowing. Okay. And if you know actual history along with that, you're a goddamn mad scientist. You make PhDs embarrassed. The information is out here. It's so much, and we passed the information age. We've been past the information. We now in the digital age. I mean, yeah, it's grants out here. It's grant. I used to get grants. I used to go to college. I went to university. I got plenty of MAP grants, Pell grants. You know, I'm pro grants. I'm just saying, if you ain't gotta wait for it, you know, it's right there. Ain't nothing stopping you. You know, it's about your heart. It's about your will. That's what you really need. Yeah, Master P started with a goddamn $10,000 from his grandfather's funeral check, and that wasn't nothing. A $10,000 check means basically that was his grandfather's death insurance. That's all he qualified for. You know, his death insurance was that was what $10,000 is, because a lot of times black people have problems getting policies. All they could get is death insurance. My grandfather, to be honest with you, I talk a lot about him selling insurance and stuff with to Alonzo, but truth be told, my grandfather just mainly sold death insurance and annuities because it was very easy to sell and it's very easy to qualify for. Just it's called, it's not marketed as death insurance, but it's called final expense insurance or burial insurance, because that's all you can actually do technically with $10,000. Well, yeah, Master P, man, sold out of the trunk of his car a bunch of CDs, and the rest is history. I mean, that hustle. That hustle has to be respected. That has to be respected. That hustle is going to take you beyond a grant or anything. You know, that hustle is got to be respected, man. Appreciate it, Howard. Yeah, you know, you gotta damn near. I'm gonna be honest with you on this. A lot of when you get into humanities, you're writing papers, you're doing essays, you're doing public speakers. A lot of that shit is about you pleasing the professor. It's not about you passing the grade. Because one thing I do like about the sciences, not so much the humanities, the sciences are based off of you actually passing a math test, passing the the Scantron test, and you get that grade, because they have to give you that grade because there's so many questions and you have to pass it if you got the right answers. Well, when you're doing you're going to school for humanities, which is what I went to school for after I didn't biz I selected sociology after business. It's about pleasing the fucking professors. You're doing a paper that's about pleasing. It don't have fucking shit to do with no Scantron A or B or C or D answer. It's if you're pleasing the fucking professors, your speeches, and then when you ask too many questions and all of that type of shit, a lot of that stuff is about you pleasing the fucking professors. So I would just recommend, if you are in humanities, to go into either math or science or economics or business or something like that, because a lot of those are based off of you passing a Scantron test. And that has nothing to do. Whenever you have to write papers, that's about you pleasing a professor. It's not anything to do with any fucking A, B, C, D. They can't mark the answer wrong when it's an A, B, C, D answer. But when you're writing papers, it's based off of how they fucking interpret your words. So if a professor is a Christian and you are not pro-Christian or whatever the fuck, they can write your name or put a wrong answer based off of their feelings and their whatever religious affiliations and shit like that. And that's some gatekeeping ass shit, you know. Yeah, I mean, now you going into this. That's what I'm talking about, for sure. Like, the thing is with this is what I was thinking about, basically, a lot of people don't know about the Mormons. You know what I'm saying? I'll let me finish this and I'll bring you up, Irie. The Mormons were kicked out of Illinois. They were kicked out of Illinois in the late 1800s, and they went west. And they tell you all this stuff about how the West was won. The West was won because the Mormons. See, they don't tell you this shit. Like the Mormons was kicked out of Illinois because they wanted to literally, because if you notice, a lot of women complain in the Midwest about polygamy, because it goes back to even the Mormons. Reason why they got kicked out of Illinois, they wanted to have more than one wife. They didn't fit in with the Catholics and the Protestants. They were way too just out of the ordinary as far as how they wanted to live their life. They were being kind of pretty much persecuted, so they headed their wagons and went west, and they had as many wives as they wanted. I mean, some of them motherfuckers are goddamn it into some young girl type shit. I don't agree with that, but yeah, they live it, man. They got some man. I saw some TikToks, man. They got some nice some real nice looking white women, man, that some of them dudes got as wives, man. I was impressed. But yeah, that's how the West was won, Now, I don't agree with the whole Mormon thing. I don't really know that much about Mormon, but what I do know is they want more than one wife. They actually, they want more than even 4 wives. And I lost some of the women that were listening. Yeah, what's going on, Iori?
What's up, bro? You done landed on my favorite topic: the college system. The gatekeeping, these bullshit magazines, and everything they telling you can't do because you ain't qualified for shit, which is bullshit. Because at some point, these people in these magazines were fucking unqualified to go get jobs, so they started fucking businesses. So
yeah, like my one of my homies, man. So my homies had an oil shop. He had an oil shop right across from my store. A lot of times I would just be over his shop too much. I would miss business in my shop. But like he sold black soap, shea butter, oils, oil burners. I mean, bro, my man he was ahead of his time. Like this dude didn't have no job. He said he was retarded when it comes to working a job. And
sure.
he would have a daily quota. He was very cheap as far as like frugal, and he was pretty into the religion at the time as well. And he had a wife and kids, and he would just save his money. And he was so good at saving his money that for a common man, I never really seen that much a common man have so much money. What I mean by that is somebody that had no job and they just had a business. I remember helping him move one day, and he had money all in his drawers. He had like money orders he hadn't cashed. I mean, he was just flowing with money. Now his thing, his weakness though was he definitely made way more money than I did, because what he used to do was, I mean, he had a oil shop. So a lot of the people that sold oil and sold like whatever products that I mentioned, black soap, shea butter in Chicago, it's like a big market, right? People will buy from him wholesale. They will buy products from him wholesale. So he would make a lot of money off of that. Like, somebody buy $100 worth of product. He got the product. He make $50 off of that product. And pretty much like he would basically make a lot of money. Now, I struggled because I'm selling onesies and twosies computers. I had a couple dudes that was buying wholesale from me, wholesale computers, but I didn't have enough product. Had a lot of weaknesses and pains that I was struggling with to deal with.
Sure.
But where his weakness was, where kind of your family group or your people's,
Sure.
he had to compete with down the street.
Okay.
So he had his competition was down the street, and I think they might even still be there to this day. I don't know, but where my homie messed up was his arrogance and his inability to see past paying rent. This is the reason why I don't like rent. I've seen rent stymie people. My homie, I seen that's what happened to him. So he had like a $1,500 commercial rent payment that he had to make every month for his business.
Right.
He made well enough money to pay for it. Money was not the problem. He also, he had a wife and kids. He had to pay rent. His rent was like at the time $1,200 or something like that, right? So the business, he had to pay rent. So his rent payments were between his house, his home, and his apartment. Let's just rough ballpark estimate around $4,000 a month. All right. Now the Bengalis from Bangladesh down the street, two brothers, and then he had a twin brother as well. His brother had money, but was kind of crazy, kind of dealing with mental illness.
Sure.
He got money from the VA, which he could have, he couldn't because he had to deal. To this day, I don't know how he's dealing with that, but he didn't have that same dynamic. Okay, the Bengali brothers down the street, they had a storefront, same storefront. They actually owned the building. Nah, they didn't own the building either. They just had a mortgage on the building, and they had a pathway to ownership for the building, and then they also owned the apartment units up top. They're making so much money, they didn't even have to rent out the apartments on top. Okay, and this is 79th Street. Like, this is the same hood. So they were making tons of money. And they were selling the same product, if not in bulk, because one, they had a cheaper mortgage payment than what my homie had. And they probably why they didn't rent out the apartment. They probably were living in the fucking apartment.
Oh, right, yeah. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Shit.
So there you go. Like, so they got the fucking building, got a mortgage. At this point, the mortgage is probably paid off at this point. This was over 10 years ago. My homie pretty much ran out of gas. He moved to Texas. I don't know what, I haven't talked to him in a minute, but the thing is that rent shit ain't no future in it. It does not stop. Like me, you can call me broke, you can laugh at me and all kind of shit, but at the end of the day, know this, I ain't got no rent payment. Next month in 2 days or whatever, I got no mortgage payment. I do have a tax bill that I have to pay for, but I got no mortgage or rent payment because I knew the game. And then it's so many examples of people that I learned from not to do, and it doesn't have anything to do with religion or anything. It's about doing things the right way and doing things the wrong way. And we used to talk about this, but he looking probably at me like this broke dude that ain't even at that time had any children, had no wife, as just this, whatever. But at the end of the day, these things are very important. You're either making someone else wealthy or you making yourself wealthy.
Sure.
And the Bengali dudes knew that. I've never even been to Bengali. I've never been to India. I've never been to Pakistan.
Correct.
All I know about Bangladesh is the Bengal tiger.
Correct. All right. So speaking about Bangladesh and Bengal, right? There's
and there's an active war with India that they kind of throw pot shots at each other from time to time.
Well, all right. So here's the thing, right? Before partition, so I'm talking before 47, because India was cut up and spit out in 47, right. Thanks to the British. And really the story behind that is that Britain had just won World War II, but they had taken so many financial losses and all this other kind of stuff that the empire basically crumbled, right? In the middle there, you had Big Daddy America coming off of World War II, and then you had the British Empire. Churchill in 46, end of 46, he loses the election to Richard Attlee, who's the new prime minister. On his way out, he goes over and says, well, what is the status of Great Britain's colonial interest in South Asia, which is the Indian subcontinent in general? I mean, it's the Indian subcontinent, it's Burma, it's pretty much all that stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So the Indian subcontinent would equal present day India, present day Pakistan, and present day Bangladesh, because it was all British India at the time. Well, they needed somebody to basically act as a foil for the Indian independence movement. They needed somebody to say, hey, like, we want to be independent of Britain, but we want to be independent of India too. So they found Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who was basically the father of Pakistan. They threw him a bunch of money, and they paid him because the British paid the princely states. So the bullshit princes in name only at the time.
The Rajas.
Right. They were paid by the British Raj, which is the British Kingdom. And the British Kingdom instructed them to pay Jinnah to kind of come up with this, this kind of empire breaking strategy, because at the time Britain still needed basing rights, and they still wanted to hold on to India in some way or the other, because they were paranoid that Afghanistan at the time had already been pro-Russian, and India wasn't pro-Russian or pro-Western. They were kind of, at that time, they were in the middle. They were a neutral country. So you're thinking about the 40s. You're thinking about communism versus capitalism. So they broke India, and one of the territories that went with Pakistan was Bangladesh at the time. That was known back then as East Pakistan, and Punjab, that was also partitioned, was known as West Pakistan. Mm-hmm. Well, the Bengalis and the Punjabis in Pakistan didn't really get along very well, because the Punjabis kind of had an elitist attitude as Muslims, and they didn't really look at the Bengalis, who were part of the East Bengalis. They didn't look at them as being cool enough. You see that a lot in in Islam or any of that stuff. There's the big man on campus, and then everybody else that's fighting for that other spot, right?
Yeah.
So they looked at themselves as being, light-skinned Sunni people, and because they're light-skinned and because they're Sunni, then they're God's favorite children. Well, the Bengalis didn't really feel like that was cool, so they fought. East Bengal fought a war against West Pakistan because it was East Pakistan and West Pakistan at the time. So the Bengalis in Pakistan fought a war against the Punjabis of Pakistan. And technically, when that war finished, thanks to India's help, because India helped, Bangladesh was created. The interesting thing is, even though Bangladesh is Bengali, and even though West Bengal is Bengali, there's still a difference in how Bengalis act because, one side of Bengal stayed with India, and one side went with Pakistan, and later became independent. So even in Bengal, there's still like a separating line because, inside of Bengal, there's still that partition thing that people still. West Bengal looks at East Bengal like they sold out because they said, "Look, you guys went with Pakistan, and you guys were independent of them. So wouldn't it have just been better for us to stay as one Bengal state?" Right? That's what West Bengalis tell Eastern Bengalis because there was a lot of blood loss in that war, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, but that being said, that is what it is. And India and Bangladesh are actually friends. It's it's Bangladesh and Pakistan that aren't friends, obviously, because they fought a war with each other.
Right.
But look, part of the reason I don't like this space is because you got a lot of pseudo academics in this space that still play on that, like you need to go get a college degree, you need to learn this, you need to do that, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in principle, I don't mind that. But the thing is, let's not say that if you don't have a college degree, I can't kick your ass, because I can.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
This
is why I talk about I primarily talk about everything when it comes to money, because money is a separation marker.
Correct.
I mean, the reason when I came back and I resurrected this channel from the dead, the word broke went up 10,000%. And that's fine, because the thing is that it doesn't matter really. This is what I'll say. I'll just say what Farrakhan said.
Sure.
If you have this degree and you're trying to Jedi force this degree on the wall to activate, and you can't activate it to this poor black man that I don't know his educational accolades. I don't know if he finished college. But let me just see real quick his wiki story, because I don't think AG finished college. Let me see here. No, he did finish college, but he was able to activate his college degree to $130 million fortune in 1928 with $100.
Sure.
Now, in today's money, that's well over $130 million. And of course, the $100 is worth more as well. But, a lot of people are not able to do anything nowhere near that with a degree. Because, primarily because basically, they're following everybody else. And then they have their little cult to where, it's the college cult or whatever elite cult that they make up in their head. But this is where things get mucky. It's like basically, can you go without your job? Can you use your degree to make yourself a sovereign person to where you have enough capital and resources for your family? Can your degree get some type of wealth and capital to where when your children need a job, you can supply them a job?
Correct.
Because with your degree, typically you go get a job, and then basically, if you're lucky, you can beg your boss to give your son or daughter a job.
Correct.
And then a lot of people can't even do that, or
Correct.
even want to, because their kids, they know their children not disciplined enough to put in good favor with the new possible job that they would get. Correct. So these are the pains that the Carter G. Woodson called these people educated fools. So you got a lot of people that are educated fools. They can't activate that degree that they went out and get. I don't call people by names, but I know quite a few people that have a degree and they are struggling. Correct. They are struggling very, very bad.
Correct.
And they have a bachelor's degree.
Correct.
I'm talking poverty. I know people that died in poverty with a degree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is very, very serious. If you don't take life serious, that degree doesn't mean shit if you don't take life serious. That organization that you're a part of don't mean shit. Nothing means shit unless you make it mean what? Shit.
Correct.
All of my accolades and things I've done, everything, that's what I've already done. Those things don't amount to me getting anything from them. I have to make something happen right now in the present time. So my future will be whatever that is. Now, you getting the degree doesn't mean that that's going to give you $1 million.
Correct.
That's not how that works.
Correct.
You still got to put in the work. And then when you go to work, it's only so much you can make. So you got taxes that's taken out. You got bills that you got to pay. And if you do what everybody else does, which go get the car loans, go get the expensive house, or go get the house, depending on where you live, your degree really doesn't mean shit, because if you live in the places that the cost of living is very high and very competitive, you can just forget about it.
Correct.
So if you're in LA County, you're gonna be living in a hood with a degree. If you're lucky.
If you've got enough money to even buy a hood house, because the hood house in LA will straight up be like $1 million, dude.
Right. Exactly, $1 million bucks.
Yeah.
You don't even have enough probably down payment to put basically up for a hood house where probably they film next Friday or Friday after next or the movie Friday.
Yeah, it's something that I realize most people really don't pay attention to this like they should. But I think really what you really should do is everybody in the United States that really don't got their money right yet, they got to find the cheapest places in the world within a safe environment. to go live at, man. Because the thing is, like, people in California, especially, and it's the same thing in Chicago and New York and stuff like that. They get addicted to being in a city, and it fucking kills their prospects because it makes them poor. Because everything around them is priced out. You know, you can't go get a $300,000 house in LA. You can't do that in proper New York. I mean, you can do it in upstate New York or something like that, but like, dude, you know, like go to like Oklahoma or Texas or something like that. The reason people left California is because California just got too expensive. They couldn't afford anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and a lot of times being in these kind of like big cities, you know, these fucking boroughs or little areas in LA or California, it fucking kills people, bro, because they know they really can't hang like that, you know. But they just stuck because being a New York dude or a Chicago dude or a California dude is all they really know. They don't know anything else.
Yeah.
You know, instead, if you end up going to like Iowa or Arkansas or some Midwest city like Wisconsin or something like that, man, you'll live like 4 or 5 times the life you living in California, but you're just too stubborn to leave.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like this. I mean, the whole thing is the country right now, the U.S. is having some issues. It's having a lot of pains, and one of those pains is basically being able to sell education. Being able to sell education, people are still buying it, but the thing is that it's a harder sale because you have issues with people being able to afford to buy property. That's a very big sticking point when it comes to some of the things you're supposed to be able to afford when you get done with college is an apartment. At the very bare minimum, an apartment, a decent car, and you're supposed to be able to get a job. More or less, the job is supposed to get all of those things.
Correct.
So now you're telling people, or you're getting people, not everybody wants to get into tech. To be honest, depending on what tech positions you get, it's going to take a while before you actually, you know, depending on what you get the big bucks anyway, unless you're going into certain things that has a developer title, engineer title, like primarily software engineering or network engineering. Those particular fields take a lot more training. It's a lot more involved with that. But needless to say, everybody doesn't even want to get into tech. Cats don't even want to get into IT support, which is like an entry level position to get into all of those positions that I mentioned.
Correct.
You know, so it's like basically cats don't want to do that. So then now you got to bring in people from other countries, Indians, Chinese, Pakistanis, anybody that, you know, wants to get into tech that's already in tech where they are, they have to bring those people over here to fill those jobs, because people have these, like you said, preconceived delusional notions of how they want to live their life, and they not getting these opportunities.
Correct.
For whatever the reason is. I'm not even going to go into what the reason is. I mean, that's on them. But the thing is that that's without a degree. But, you know, you got people, you know, like I said, these colleges are trying to sell these degrees or sell these courses and stuff like that, or curriculums with the degree plan. It's becoming more difficult because cost of living is so high. Who wants to really go to college to go back home to live with their parents to save money? I mean, that's not a desired outlook for life. I mean, a lot of people had to do that anyway, but you know, I did it, but I mean, that ain't necessarily what I wanted to do, and I didn't even come back home. And after I graduated, I just came back home because I dropped out. So it's, you know, it's like, you know, imagine somebody not dropping out, actually getting an actual degree, and that result is the same. They got to go back and go sleep in their grandma's old bedroom that was vacant for a while, or they got to go sleep in their old bedroom that they grew up in. It's a harder sell.
Sure. Yeah, man. It's like, you know, I deal with a lot of.
Wait, hold on, man. What? Your sister single? Oh, shit! God damn it! Who could play up?
Damn.
Yeah, that's the wave. That's what I'm talking about.
That's the way to go, man. That's the way to go.
The thing is, this is what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. We could, yeah. So, yeah, the certifications and whatnot. I mean, I definitely have a pathway that I can help you with that with my IT bootcamp course. The thing is this. It's as simple as, how about oh, okay. That's what's up, man. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Chill.
Okay. Yeah, it's as simple as, how about taking a 3-month to 6-month journeyman carpenter's course. Right now, there's a underserved market for carpenters, plumbers, electricians, handymen, laborers, concrete repairmen, you know, anything when it has anything to do with building houses or even maintaining current existing structures. They need people to do those. HVAC guys, it's starting to get warmer in the Midwest now. It's going to, you know, slowly progress to get warmer and warmer until it starts getting hot. The HVAC's guys going to be working. People usually in the Midwest, because it's so cold, they try to get stuff done as far as rehabbing their house real quick before the next freeze, which usually is around October to November. So you know, these are just general contractor roles, or you know, just you becoming a contractor. It doesn't take that long. 6 months the most, maybe 3 months. You start off as a journeyman. You work up to being you start off as an apprentice and work your way up to a journeyman, and you can make as much as you want, because you can go off on your own, and then you get some type of clientele, and your phone is constantly ringing. If you're a plumber, your phone is going to constantly ring. Electrician, you know,
HVAC.
HVAC. People gonna need your services. You know, I knew a guy. Okay, the guy that I bought my water heater from off Facebook. He told me how he was living on one of his friend's couch, and he knew HVAC. One job changed his whole life. One job he was able to do, somebody needed basically in a whole build. They needed vents ran, duct work, a new furnace, it was like over $5,000. That money he took, got him an apartment, got him a little car. That was enough to get him off the ground. Then he got more jobs and more jobs, to the point where now he got a couple houses. He got a truck that's fully loaded. Those are skills. Those are tangible skills that can do more than even pay bills. They can change lives. You know, I mean, he's living like in Gary, Indiana. He's living like somebody that probably lives on the Malibu, lives in Malibu, but on some ghetto stuff. Because instead of going to the Pacific Ocean, you know, the shoreline and, you know, playing in the sand, he says he goes and off the Lake Michigan, he takes a pool table out there for the kids, and they just have a good time and shoot pool on the beach. Like, you know, he's literally saying, basically, he's like a lower level freedom fighter that, you know, basically kind of started, you know, kind of like with nothing, you know, just by knowing how to install ductwork, install furnaces, install AC units, making tens of thousands of dollars. One job could, you know, he can make probably what I make in a month with probably it within a week, you know, start to finish.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, $5,000. I don't even make $5,000 a week, you know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I mean, and it could be more. I mean, a building, you know, commercial buildings cost more. It could be over 20 grand for a project that he could do to run ductwork through a building, install a boiler or whatever. I mean, it gets cold here in Chicago. People if you've never been to the North or Midwest, you have no idea how cold it is.
I have, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the winters in Chicago especially are like they're nuclear winters, man. They some kind of extra winters, bro. That and Minnesota and Michigan, man, it's hell, dude. I mean, Minnesota gets it probably a little bit worse than Chicago does from Illinois, but y'all are kind of cousins when it comes to that shit.
Man, Minnesota is worse because it's colder.
Oh, I know.
It's up north. It's basically it's like they get way more snow. It gets colder. It's kind of like it's close to North Dakota. Cool. So it's like trying to survive like through that tough weather. It's just it really kind of, that's why a lot of the women act like that from Chicago, even New York, because the weather is just so cold. I mean, trying to survive that coldness, you got to be a type of person that's kind of cold, kind of take no shit, kind of even savage to survive that type of weather.
Correct.
You know, you just got to, because it's really, really cold. It's expensive because you gotta make sure you got heat. Gas is expensive. Natural gas is expensive. You know, you gotta make sure you got warmth wherever you go. You know, you gotta get a coat. Just imagine somebody that's financially struggling, and then they get cold real quick. You got to go buy a coat, and a coat is $100. You know, it might not be a big deal, but it's happened to me several hundred, I don't know, not 100, but quite a few times in my life where it just got cold real quick, and I just all of a sudden my coat from last year got rips in it and holes in it, you know. And I just, you know, just so happened I don't have enough money to get a coat real quick. You know, it's like I gotta wait I gotta wait to get a coat. That's happened to me. I ain't gonna lie. Like that's some Chicago, some Midwest type shit. That the reality that does happen. I mean, you know, you could get a cheap coat, but you know, you might not want a cheap coat. You know, you want to get, you know, you want to get a brand new coat or a nice coat or something. You know,
Sure.
I mean, that's a reality, man, for people in the Midwest, man. You can't live in your car. That's why people go to California.
Man, you straight fucking freeze to death if you live in your
You will
car.
die.
Yeah,
You
freeze to
know,
death.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why dudes do shit like that, like shoot people up and shit, shoot their girlfriend up, because basically, in Chicago or just in the Midwest, in Chicago, if you get kicked out, if your girlfriend kicks you out, she literally saying, "I want you to die, dude," because that's what could happen if you got nowhere to go.
Right.
It's in the throes of winter. It's minus 40 degrees. She said she wants you to die, motherfucker. That's what she just told
Pretty
you.
much.
And I'm not. I mean, I'm just being real. Like, I mean, that's what she might not know she's saying that, but that's what the reality will be if your dumbass ain't got nowhere else to go, or if you actually do go, because I mean, how's she gonna force you out? She can call the police, but I mean, you don't gotta go nowhere, because like even the police gonna say, well, you know, you can't just let him go, and you can't just kick him out. You just have to go in one room, don't talk to him or whatever, and y'all both got to figure out, or you got to figure out where have a place to go, because it's so cold. It's nowhere for the dude to go. What, he just that's why cats go get locked up, or they get locked up, because basically they don't really have nowhere to go. Let's just say the police officer had to take the dude in.
Correct.
Well, the only place he can go is let him out, or give him a lift to his mom's house, or he gonna ask him, do you got a friend or something where I could take you? Other than that, he can't even take him to a police station, because he'd have to charge him for something.
Sure.
So I mean, it's a tough thing, man. A lot of people don't really go into detail about it, don't think about it. But in the Midwest, I mean, that's just Chicago. In the Midwest, it's like that. I'm talking about from Kentucky. It stretches pretty far. Like, I mean, you have to look at a weather map, but I mean, a lot of those places, man, it goes down, and it gets brutal in the wintertime, because people are on some survival shit. It's like Alaska. Alaska is worse, but it's similar. You better have all of your shit done. You gotta do like winter preparation. Like, you better make sure your pipes is not busted. You make sure I mean, it's a whole big deal. Like, winter preparation. You know what I'm saying? You got to make sure. It's like squirrels, making sure they got enough nuts to hibernate or whatever, even though squirrels don't even hibernate no more, or they don't really hibernate like that. But you got to make sure you got everything together. And I ain't going to even lie. It's better to have a woman. It's not good to be by yourself in the Midwest.
Oh, yeah, man.
That's a miserable existence.
Oh, man.
Because it's like you cold, and it's really better to survive in all of that coldness and snow. I mean, it's days that you're gonna be snowed in and shit. You ain't got no motherfucking woman. Oh my god, that's some miserable shit.
Yeah,
that's why, like, if you ain't got no money, like, to travel, to go like to Florida or some shit, or Miami or something, you're fucked. You're a miserable fuck that's probably gonna be complaining online or whatever. Shit.
Correct.
Man, I mean, it's for both men and women. It's crazy.
100%. 100%.
Man,
Man, look, look, I have my passport. I've had my passport for a long time. Man, look, I don't know.
Yeah.
Having a passport is a fucking luxury, man. Everybody in this space got to have their passport, because the thing is, like, as we get older too, bro, like, we need to be in climates, plural, with air quotes, that are beneficial to us. And if that means getting out of the United States when the climate sucks, we've got to be able to do that for ourselves. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, I
just,
mean, you gotta and that's what dudes do too. To break the monotony of the winter, they'll fly down to the DR or go to Colombia. I know guys that do that. Like, personally, dudes that I used to work with, that's what they do.
oh
You know,
yeah. I mean, you know, for us, because we're United States citizens, a lot of snowbirds go to Mexico for 6 months. Like, a lot of Canadians and, people from the United States, because Mexico allows you, on your passport, if you have a passport, it allows you a 6 month visa on arrival system every time you walk into Mexico. So, a lot of these guys will just take off half of the year if they're in some kind of Midwest state, and they'll just be like, hey, I won't go to Mexico for 6 months. I'll see you guys, back when it's good weather here. But I'm out of here other than that. So,
yeah.
it's time, man. We gotta do what we gotta do. But much love to you, brother. I gotta get out of here, probably, because I need to get some rest. I got trading in the morning. Money is no excuse, because you can start a business to get you from free to starting a bigger business. You know what I mean? It always starts like that. Like,
Yeah.
the money thing is kind of an excuse now. Like, if you really want to start a business, you can. So
Yeah. I mean, it really is. I appreciate you for checking getting on the panel. Um,
100%, bro.
yeah, it's like, basically, it's a situation where it's like, you got the market. The market it's the oldest form of commercial business. Like, that means, just like say you got some chickens. You just take the chickens, the excess chickens you have, to the market, and you can sell them live, or you can cut them up and sell the pieces of chicken, sell the eggs. That's literally business. Like, they
Correct.
sell the eggs and the chicken, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's like the oldest and the most basic way you can actually, like, that's actual business. What does that take? That doesn't take a grant. You don't have to get a grant from the government to grow some cucumbers in your backyard, and then get a basket and go to the farmer's market and sell some fruit. Now, or vegetables. Now, I understand what he's talking about, or those guys or whatever are talking about over there at the Brain Trust, Mike V and all that. He talking about on a big level, to like do what like Elon Musk is doing.
Well,
Like,
yeah, that's a different thing. But most of the time, you still need to get from zero to something else, man.
yeah, like he talking about, like, okay, as far as, I mean, I don't really be following the interdealings of what corporations get. As far as I do know, they get tax subsidies, but that's because they're hiring people. They do get grants and contracts. That's because Elon Musk is. I mean, see, when you see that Elon Musk didn't start that way. Elon Musk started as a co-founder of PayPal, if my memory serves me correctly.
That's
I mean,
correct. But before
yeah,
he was a co-founder of PayPal, he was just a software engineer making like 100 grand a year. PayPal was
yeah,
the second deal he did. So
yeah. So I mean, he got with some other software engineers, some other tech guys or tech bros, and they started a company. You know what I'm saying? Like,
correct.
and then he got the money from PayPal, got so many millions or billions of dollars or whatever, and then he took that and then started another company or eBay or pay or got into Tesla.
Yeah.
Um, by the time he gets, see, once you get to a certain level, like this is the thing, and it's kind of scary if you really think about it, but it is reality. Once you get, I mean, I've already joined the U.S. government. I'm a U.S. government former U.S. government, uh, you know, employee by
Right.
proxy of the U.S. Navy, so it doesn't necessarily bother me. But the thing, or I've already been out there as far as put myself out there. But once you get over 100 million or certain, basically, once you actually do get government contracts, you already are in bed with the government, right? But once you
Yeah.
get to the point where you making, $100 million and you selling cars and stuff like that, yeah, you already in bed with the government because you've you're hiring people in mass. You've got a product that they possibly want to use and buy as well. Of course, they're going to give you certain government contracts. You're going to be, talking to government regulators and shit like that. At that point, you are already there. Now, he talking about before you even get there to get government funding to get there. That ain't how Elon Musk started. So, I mean, and what I was trying to tell him, in order to get there, if you want to quote unquote get there, just like this brother started with $100. He got with the Tuskegee group. The rest is history. $130 million fortune before he passed away. His children are still running this business. Okay. I mean, the thing is that um you got to start somewhere. You got though, whether it's online or offline, you got to get this, I call it the Wu-Tang Clan theory. You got to get with a thick tight click and go all out. If you can't get with that thick tight click and go all out, then yeah, I mean, so be it. I mean, it is what it is, but that's what I did.
Sure.
I got with some brothers that they were selling oil on the street. I would even sell some. I tried buying oil and reselling it. I didn't really do that well with that. Wasn't my thing. But we used to sell knockoff Jordans on the street, and that worked for a minute, and then that got hot, and then stopped doing that. Um, and then basically my friend got his store where I got it after him. He went across the street, and then I got his store, and then I started selling computers. And he had other guys, he hired them to help him, and then some other guys, that same brothers that we all knew, I hired some of those guys. And I mean, that's how we did it. Now, that was on a macro or a micro level. Like, I mean, that just pretty much put us in a situation where we were self-employed. We were able to, make money, take care of bills, just basically survive. It was
Sure.
not I didn't necessarily get rich. My friend was way more successful than I was, but I was able to take care of things and survive. I mean, the thing is I say all of that to say you don't need to necessarily wait to get a grant. If you can get one, yeah, it does help. Okay, you can get a grant to start a group home or something like that. I saw grants like that. I used to look up grants. I
Right.
remember researching grants and looking up grants and stuff like that. You know, it was a lot of grants, and it is still a lot of grants out there. You know what I'm saying? But even if you get those grants, do you even want the grant? Because this is what the government does, and if you don't do it, they're gonna lock your fucking ass up. The grant, the grant is not free money. The grant usually says you have to basically perform what the grant is for. Case in point, for the group home, you have to fucking have a group home. If you take that money and you do not start a group home, good luck. You're going to fucking be in a group home when you get out of jail. Okay, that's how that works. So you fuck with government money, you're going to get basically put in federal prison. Sure. You know, I mean, that's not to scare anybody off, but you know, if you get government funding, you have to do what the government gave you that funding for. Now, you can get private money such as business funding. You still got to pay that. You got to pay that back. Now, that's the reason why people keep talking about grants, because you don't necessarily have to pay it back. But when you get business funding, you have to pay it back. It's not like it's free money. People be talking about business credit, like it's free money. It's not free money. You get $100,000 line of business credit. The monthly payment is due in 30 days. So $100,000, they're going to give you a contract. You're going to sign it. They're going to give you amount of the months that is going to be in the payment amount every month for that business credit line.
Right.
$100,000, maybe it's like $328 a month for 10 years or whatever the hell the stipulations of the contract is. And, that's it. They will give you the funding if you qualify for it. But, you can't file bankruptcy and all of that. But why would you want to do all of that goofy shit? Because people can see that. They can run your business credit report. They can run your credit report. They can see you're basically that you looked at it. If I wanted to go into business with somebody and I ran their report and I saw that, and I saw you got, $100,000 line of credit, I'm looking at somebody that's a scam artist, possibly. Very strongly a scam artist. You basically got $100,000 line of credit, and you file bankruptcy a year later. So I mean, the thing is that this shit. You can do all of these things. I mean, this is one of the wealthiest countries in the entire world. I mean, that's why people want to be here. The cat's meow. I get it. But at the end of the day, I mean, business is very, very difficult. It's not easy, but it's a situation that the cheat code is momentum. Just like finance, it's momentum. It's just like this book that I wrote. What the book is about it's a story of momentum.
Correct.
You holding on to the momentum. If you a cat that like to ball out of control and like to splurge every now and again, not every now and again, but all the time, well, you killing your momentum.
Correct.
You're not going to do well in business, because you got to have even more momentum in business, because you might have to not pay yourself for a couple of years. Because usually businesses, when they do start off grassroots, you have to probably most likely get a job on the side, do door, and it's a lot easier now. They didn't have no DoorDash in 2012 when I closed my business up. There's no fucking DoorDash. Uber wasn't even really, it was just a fledgling startup then. There was no option for me to close my business at the end of the day when I only made $30 to go do Uber to come up with the deficit so I can make some more money. No, I had to that $30 that I made, put it in my pocket, and go home. It was no like opportunities how they are now. It was no all of these startups and shit like that. I had to go work a job as security at the like briefly, and do all kind of other tasks to make up for that shortfall before I started making somewhat kind of some money to survive. And it was I was struggling in that business. But the thing is that, like I said, that was then. Now you have all kind of opportunities to make money. You could do all kind of things to cover that shortfall to where, yeah, you don't have to even touch that money. You know, because the business experts, that's what they say. You shouldn't even pay yourself a salary until you make profit, or until you can until you able to do so. Because, like, for example, if you want to pay yourself, let's just say 40 grand a year, just 40 grand a year, your business has to have an operating profit margin to where you are able to pay yourself a salary. And if not, also pay other people a salary to help you out, because you can't do everything in business. You know how I learned how, I just look at people that have businesses that hired me and hired other people. Like, why do these people keep just easily hiring other people? And when I started my business, I realized why they were trying to hire so many people, because you'll burn yourself out trying to do everything.
Exactly.
Trying to be the janitor, the cashier, the answering the phones, cleaning the actual store or business, the office, whatever. All these things you have to do as a small business owner. That's why people, as soon as they're able to do so, they hiring somebody to help them out. Another person to help them out, man. It's not easy. It ain't easy. I ain't gonna front to you. It's one of the hardest things to do. That's why most people do it. But it's like the Borg. It's unavoidable. You either work for a business or you have one. Either way, you're in business.
Correct.
You can't avoid it. Other than maybe, even if you work for a non-for-profit is a form of a business. It's just a non-for-profit business.
Correct.
Okay, how can you avoid it? What, you just be disabled? That's it. That's the only way. Yeah, that's out. You just get a crazy check. And I ain't gonna even lie to you. It is some people in the manosphere, quote unquote, the manosphere, whatever, they get a crazy check. Right. I mean, he mentioned RBR. RBR definitely, he said I think he gets a crazy check or Social Security check. And that is not much, buddy.
Man. Yeah. Look, man, that's why I be messing around with these markets and these businesses, dude. Mm-hmm. I don't want nothing touching on anything but that. Maybe a cloud job. I might say, hey man, I might do some cloud stuff for a while, but ain't no way I'm gonna do anything else. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But yeah, brother, I gotta get some rest. Yeah. But it's a pleasure as always, man. Much love to you. And the next time you up here and next time I'm up here, we'll chop it up again, man.
All right, love, bro.
All right, much love to you, brother.
30 for 30. I'm behind on these comments. Cartel. What kind of, that's a Black Panther. It's a Black Panther toy. No building overhead helps to. Oh yeah. I think I still got that up. Let me see here. Let me find. I could find it. That was kind of funny. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. I think. Yeah. There you go.
Thieves, get your own car, get you a job. If you ain't in school, go back to school and get an education and work on getting your own car. And stop stealing folks' cars.
What y'all call yourself? The Kia Boys, aka Thieves. Y'all stole Miss Gwendolyn's car. She had 2 Bibles and a tambourine in her car. That lady just goes to church and minds her business, and y'all need to be ashamed. And yes, they're still stealing Kias and Hyundais, y'all. So much so that there is a class action
News, and I
lawsuit.
got some good news for you. We found your car, but it's totaled.
Gwendolyn Buchanan's Hyundai Elantra stolen, taken for a joyride and totaled, recovered by police and taken to an impound lot on Grand River.
Looks like somebody ran into something and my car was folded up like a hamburger. It didn't make any sense.
It happened Thursday in Detroit. Gwendolyn and her son think she's the latest to be targeted by the Kia Boys, thieves in Michigan and across the country, stealing Kias and Hyundais and often taking them for joyrides, something they learned how to do from watching TikTok videos. It's called the Kia Challenge.
You stole from a lady that had 2 Bibles in the car and a tambourine. That is a curse on you. You are going to get caught.
Hyundai and Kia now agreeing to pay out approximately $200 million to settle a class action lawsuit in connection with the Kia Challenge. Earlier this year, the manufacturer began implementing software updates to make the cars harder to steal.
So now, even though if they break the window, they'll break the window. Let's say I'm going to put in the key. But as soon as I put in the key, alarm goes off.
But that won't help Gwendolyn or the thousands of other Kia and Hyundai owners who have already had their cars stolen. Thieves,
I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna stop that. I mean, alarm. It's like that's crazy. You know, I remember when Kias was like people really didn't know what the hell they were. I mean, it was like a Korean brand when I looked up to it, and now they just kind of like came up. They got better and better. They even, I would say, surpassed Hyundai, because Hyundai was a brand that it was a cheaper car. I thought at first, I thought Hyundai was Japanese, and then I ain't know that they were Korean until I looked into it. But yeah, people had Hyundais, and they, they were pretty good cars. Like, that was the first car. My mother had a Hyundai Elantra. That was the first car that my mother actually still had, and it still was able to, I mean, it needed to be repaired, but it had some type of value after she paid it off, because she always get like an American car, and by the time she get ready to pay it off, the car was worthless. It didn't run no more or nothing, But that Hyundai, she was still riding it when it was, it needed to be fixed a little bit, but it was it still had some type of value well after she paid it off. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Kia's is expensive cars now. It's crazy. Yeah. I told Cartel to come here because his car is a Kia. Oh, okay. I don't know. I never heard of. I mean, do you have a channel or something, Cartel, or I don't know. I never heard of. It's a lot of people that I probably don't know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm relatively I guess new to some people on the YouTube spaces. But yeah, this brother here, AG Gaston, $100. $100, 1928. Severe Jim Crow oppression, hangings, lynchings, race riots, amassed his fortune to $130 million by way of Southern Alabama, severe utter poverty, Jim Crow, deep racism, segregation, lynchings. They could burn a cross on your lawn, and you couldn't do nothing about it. Couldn't even call the police. They were, because the police was probably the one that was doing it. That's why they was wearing a Klan outfit. Oh, okay. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Business, man, it's rough. You gonna work more, that stuff that Kevin Samuels was talking about, working 100 hours and all that type of stuff. I mean, you gonna work more than he ain't say 100 hours. He said like 80 hours. It's gonna get there. It's gonna get pretty much there because, like, for example, I pretty much, my hours of operation for my store, my computer business. Because if you starting off with no money, like I'm talking about, like, shoe strap, you starting like shoe strap, like hardly any money, you gotta do everything. Okay. So 11 to 7 is about 8 hours, and including weekends. I'd have to go live in my store. I'd have to work weekends too. So with the weekends, it's 40 hours. So it's about 60 hours. And then you got to do certain things after hours. So you're going to stay in your store after hours before you open. So, you might add another 10. So that's about 70, anywhere between 70 and 80 hours to start to run a small business. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, man. I broke that story. I don't know who I found it from. Somebody. I had I got the skinny on. It was about his girlfriend, the dude girlfriend. Basically, it was some like stuff where the guy was mad that he was dating his baby mama, and I was like, what? I couldn't believe that. I was like, what? I was pissed off about some dude dating his baby mama and used his police uniform, gun, and badge to make an example out of somebody off of that. Like, I mean, I'm sure stuff like that happens, but it was like, what? It was like kind of tripped out. But I mean, I just did the story, man. I just went with it. I said I'll take it down if it wasn't true, and it was definitely true. It was true as blue. But the thing is that I mean, like, it's like, I mean, what why would you do anything like that? Like, that's dumb. That's so dumb. Like, dude dead. They getting the police. He'll never be a police officer anymore. He gonna have to go to jail most likely. And okay, the chick, she out there free as a clam. Okay, he got children. He got children with the chick, so the children got to deal with their daddy not being around. shoot, probably might want to do a DNA test, man, because some of these women, man, they be lying about who they children's dead, they dead is, man. They be lying about that. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely that definitely goes down. It goes down a lot because, see, here's the thing, right? So the children are the father's legacy. They're the father's legacy. And the man's legacy are the children, but women hold the child. And it's mama's baby, papa's maybe. You know, it's mama's baby, papa's maybe. The woman, she already knows it's her child, no matter what. It don't matter, who's involved in the situation. She already knows by default that's her baby. That's her genetically, baby. The father does not know 100% unless he knows, like, he's been around. It's a way that you know if that's your baby. Now, I ain't gonna go into it, but I'd have to get a Cashapp or something to explain how you know that's your baby, because I ain't about to go into it, because it's a certain level of conversation that I would have to have in order to do that. But I talk about that on my Patreon. But I mean, basically, this clip here, this is a tripped out clip. Probably, unless you speak Spanish, you're not gonna understand what they're talking about. But you can understand what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Definitely can understand what's going on, though.
Gracias. Pero le voy a decir una cosa. Tengo acá a una persona que es mi abogado de cabecera, un abogado. Ya. Acá tengo un documento. Ustedes saben que estoy esperando.
So he got a DNA test. They having a baby shower. He want to surprise everybody with the DNA test and explain everything.
Un hijo, ya. Acá tengo, miren, la prueba de embarazo. Ustedes saben que voy a ser papá, pero saben que se olvidaron de un pequeño detalle, mi amor. Acá tengo las pruebas de que no son 4 meses, sino 6 meses de gestación. Hija, ¿qué es esto? ¿De qué está hablando tu esposo? Explícame, por favor. Tranquila, Zoro, tranquila, mi amor. Quiero aclarar un pequeño detalle.
Angie, déjalo que termine de hablar mi hermano, por favor.
Salgamos y hablemos afuera. Abogado, continuemos. Acá tengo
Miguel, salgamos y
todo
hablemos
lo que
afuera,
es
por
la
favor.
casa, el documento,
Miguel.
que otra vez está acá a nombre mío, pero ¿cuál es el argumento
Miguel.
que yo tengo? Acá está la prueba.
Miguel, salgamos afuera,
Suero, por favor.
Miguel.
¿De qué prueba está hablando? De los 3 años de engaño.
Notice how they act the same. This is obviously probably most likely Mexico or Mexico. And the response is still the same. Her emotions override the DNA test. The DNA test don't have nothing to do with how she feels. Her feelings is how she wants things to go, as far as who she wants the father to be. Her feelings is what she wants her reality to be. You know what I'm saying? And that's
Hija, ¿de qué está hablando tu esposo? Ese niño que no envío.
Le dije que no lo hagas así.
Está aquí, mi amigo, con este desgraciado. No salgas a la casa a visitar a mi hija.
So dude was just chilling. He was just chilling at the party. he the real father of the child. He was just chilling, just eating some tacos, chilling out, having some cake. You know what I'm saying? He the real dad and sitting in the cut, and then the dad, you know what I'm saying, that's supposed to be on display, you know, with the suit and everything. He like, all right, I'm gonna do a DNA test. He did a DNA test. He found out that ain't his child. So he busting everything open at the damn motherfucking quinceañera or the baby shower or whatever. And they coming to him like, you know, basically, who you sleeping with my daughter, you know, you bring it because she this is shame. This is Mexican sign language. Shame, insult, guilt, the need to be right, all in one you know, baby shower in Mexico. This is universal. You know, it's the same thing. You know.
No se retire porque esta fiesta es de ellos dos y no es mía. ¿Qué? Ahí se lo dejo. ¿Qué? ¿Contigo, Carlos? ¿Qué? Tranquilo, Carlos.
He tried to do that alpha bucks beta fucks on. I mean alpha fucks beta bucks on him. Dude pulled that motherfucking briefcase out with the motherfucking laptop with the video on that motherfucker in rural Mexico.
Maldito para mí.
Yeah, man. That's crazy. I'm gonna play that shit again, man. That's wild. Shame, insult, guilt, the need to be right, all in one video. You ain't even gotta understand Spanish.
Gracias. Pero le voy a decir una cosa. Tengo acá a una persona, es mi abogado de cabecera, un abogado. Ya entiendo qué pasa. Acá tengo un documento. Ustedes saben que estoy esperando un hijo. Ya. Acá tengo, miren, la prueba de embarazo. Ustedes saben que voy a ser papá, pero saben que se olvidaron de un pequeño detalle, mi amor. Acá tengo las pruebas de que no son 4 meses, sino 6 meses de gestación.
Hija, ¿qué es esto? ¿De qué está hablando tu esposo? Explícame, por favor.
Tranquila, Soro, tranquila, mi amor. Quiero aclarar un pequeño detalle.
Angie, déjalo que termine de hablar mi hermano, por favor.
Por favor,
Hablemos
abogado, continuemos. Acá tengo
Miguel, salgamos y
todo
hablemos
lo que
afuera,
es
por
la
favor.
casa, el documento,
Miguel.
que otra vez está acá a nombre mío, pero ¿cuál es el argumento
Miguel.
que yo tengo? Acá está
¿Qué
la
está?
prueba.
Miguel,
un video.
Miguel, salgamos afuera,
Suegro, por favor.
Miguel.
Un
¿De qué
video
estás hablando?
de
Miguel.
los 3 años de engaño que tuve
Miguel,
yo.
hablemos-
Hija, sí,
hablemos
ya.
afuera, por favor.
Hija, ¿de qué está hablando tu esposo?
Ese
Hablemos afuera. No envío, sino...
Te dije que no lo hagas así.
¿Qué?
¿Está aquí?
Mi amigo.
Con este desgraciado. No salgas a la casa a visitar a mi hija.
Amigo. No se retire porque esta fiesta es de ellos dos y no es mía. ¿Qué? Ahí se lo dejo. ¿Qué? ¿Contigo, Carlos? ¿Qué? Tranquilo, Carlos. Maldito para mí.
Calmate, hijo.
Can't make it up if I wanted to. Yep. I think let's see what we got. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, Rokish from the Roger Report, you know. Let me go report him too. Okay. All right. Yeah, man. Shame, insult, guilt, the need to be right. Mexico version. Hey, you got a family, boy. Says your sister a lawyer in Beverly Hills. The fuck? Yeah. Damn. Man, y'all didn't play, man. When y'all didn't play. Y'all was trying to get up out of ATL before ATL was popping, huh? Back when it was like the dirty. Y'all got up out of there, man. Shit, went hit them books. Not hit them books hard. I knew my sister we used to live on 40th and Calumet. It was a project building called the Lonely Building. Cause it was the only project building like right off of King Drive. It was like 2 blocks west of King Drive on like 41st and King Drive. And my sister went to school with a chick that lived there. And they all she had a big family and they all lived in the projects. And they eventually made it out to projects into an apartment building. And all of them went to college. The oldest sister, she went to college. She went to be a dentist. No, an optometrist. And then her husband was an optometrist. I forgot where. I don't remember where. I want to say Louisiana. I'm not sure. The daughter, she went to college. I don't really know what she did. I think she's just a professional doing something. I don't know. The brother, he went to college. He was playing baseball, I think, in college or high school. And yeah, all of them, man, they went to college, man. And I mean, I'm talking about this was like good times. Like they you from California. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it's the opposite. It's like actually California. Okay. Yeah, they all got out the projects like, and they went to college. Like they was very serious about college. They all finished college. They all became professionals. The oldest daughter, she became a doctor in optometry. Her husband, she met a husband in college, and or I'm pretty sure they met in college. He was an optometrist. They had their own private practice, I believe, and it was like, man, they became more successful than people that I know that had a middle class life. I know people, even you can even say myself, a lower middle class life, and just I ain't had that bit of success. I ain't been no optometrist. The height of what I've done in life is the last 5 years of my life. I'm not ashamed to say that. But the thing is that I know people that even live the upper middle class lifestyle. They just housewives, or they might work from home and they got a little kid or something like that, and they husband work or something. I mean, they graduated college, but they not doctors. They don't have a doctorate in law. I mean, when your parents are like, when you comfortable, like you grew up middle class and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like your kids get comfortable, and then they kind of become like, what I'm trying to say is they can become slackers. What a slacker is, this is what a slacker is, in case you don't understand what I'm talking about. I got some people that listen to me from foreign countries. Basically, a slacker is a person that just gets by. Basically, you go get a job, you just like kind of do whatever you want, kind of like you're a hippie, but you're not necessarily a hippie. But the closest thing to it is being actually a hippie or a bohemian. Like you just basically go to work, you do the minimal work, you do whatever it takes to get by at the job. You keep going to work, yeah. Like you just do the bare minimum, and then sometimes you don't even do the bare minimum. Like I work with a dude, he keep his office area so messy that I literally had to come pull him to the side, like, man, you got to motherfucker fix this whole fucking thing up, man. You in an area where the goddamn directors and executives are, you got this motherfucker looking like a frat house, you know, after a party. You gotta fix this whole room up, dude. Like we switch areas, so I'm in a different area where nobody really have access. It's hard to have access. So even my area ain't that messed. It's not messed up at all, but it's like he got shit just all over the place. And it's like, that's what, like his family, dude is basically, his family is kind of like rich. Like he literally, like, okay, like that scene. Okay, I'll just play it. I'll play. I think you can play certain scenes or whatever. Let me see if I can find it. All right, let's see here. Let's see if we can find the scene. Where's that scene at? All right, let's see. Might have to go to YouTube. It's funny how they had a scene with Eddie Murphy, but they don't have a scene with they don't have the scene. Okay, that ain't what I'm talking about. All right, well, I'll just play this shit because it's like, it's the same restaurant that they go to, but it was with him, but like whatever. I'll play the same shit. All right, hold on. So pick this up. Cause see, it's like, man, you can't like, the thing about not having a lot, it puts a fire in your ass that you can't get from no school, you can't get from no education. That's why immigrants come over here. They remember all of that struggle, and they just remember that shit, and it humbles them. Like that you can't teach that, nowhere. that fire, that motivation of not having nothing, you know, it just light a fire in you that you can't teach.
So this snail is standing in front of the Cadillac sales sequence, and he looks up at the salesman and he says, "How much is that Cadillac?"
Now he looking, because that was his life, you know, because that was the movie Trading Places. But the thing is that this actual restaurant,
Snails, and I want a big.
This restaurant, this type of fine dining restaurant, basically, like, you can't afford a plate to eat here. I remember, like, I was talking about, man, I wanted to go to some restaurant or whatever. He was talking about, I'm talking about the dude I work with. He was like, basically, the plates are like, one dinner is like, maybe one plate is like $160, you know, and that's per plate. That's per dining. And you can't just come in there like you on lunch, business casual or casual Fridays. You got to come with a suit and tie to the dinner table. You got to request you got to RSVP, you know what I'm saying, ahead of time. And the fucking plates are like, the meals are like $600, couple $100 a plate. You know, like the average person can't afford that type of shit. That's what he go to. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know what I'm saying? These are the type of restaurants I'm talking about. Like, you can't afford to even fucking, you know what I'm saying, eat no motherfucking meal here.
S put on each door, a big S, and on top of the car, I want another big S, so everybody can see it.
That like in today's you know what I'm saying, like,
but what do you want that
money
for?
Or whatever.
You see,
all of them at this table, when they get the check, it's gonna be like about $5,000 to $10,000 between the wines that they drink, the food that they eat, the desserts and everything like that. Like, you can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't, the average person, anywhere between like a couple grand to $5,000 to $10,000. Okay. You could go on lunch and then you get, like, you know, a $20 meal, $30 meal, you know, maybe even 40 if you know, had a bonus or some shit. I don't know. Like, there's some expensive stuff. Like, you can't, you know what I'm saying, afford, like, the average person can't afford no shit like that. But, you know, this is what, you know what I'm saying, my coworker, this is his fucking life. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he just working so he don't have to go into his savings. You know what I'm saying? That's why he works. So he's a slacker. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's the thing. It's degrees of slacking off. I myself, I didn't, like I said, I ain't have to live in the projects. You know, I walked in the projects and shit. I visited, but I ain't from the projects. You know, it's kind of like you know, the Jeffersons moving on up. Well, I was born and we started moving on up. By the time I was 7 years old, man, you know, I was shit. God damn it. I had a paper route. I was paper boy. I jumped inside the Nintendo Entertainment System video game system, and I was an actual paper boy. I had a paper route. I was throwing papers and shit. So it's like, you know, I mean, I say all of that to say that I didn't have no, you know, upper class life, but definitely I would say lower middle class. So, I mean, yeah, I sometimes I do slack off a little bit because, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Parents, they spoil their children, you know, and even if they don't even think they are, just actually having a roof over your head, meals, going out to eat, you know, going on field trip. I mean, going on like vacations and shit like that, even if it's just a car vacation, you know, going to Minnesota, going to Wisconsin, Indiana, shit like that. I mean, a lot of the people that I grew up with, they never left their hood. You know, I mean, it's just various degrees of, you know, How people not, don't get me wrong, like it's people that's from the hood or from the projects that they never went to college. They struggle, you know, they still struggling. So it's not like everybody that went to the projects went to Harvard. I'm not saying that, you know, but it is, I do know some people that, you know what I'm saying, quote unquote, got it out the mud and hit the books hard and went to college. And they became successful. Moved to, like, you know, the middle class or upper middle class at best. You know what I'm saying? Some people move to upper class, very rarely, but yeah, it happens. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, it does happen. But it's not like everybody does that. Everybody don't come out of the projects and go straight to Harvard or go straight to college. You know what I'm saying? They don't go down like that. You know, that's not it's not how that works. Yeah, this is like what I'm talking about, right? So, you know, people just, you know what I'm saying, like just doing stupid shit. You know, they just doing dumb shit. I mean, like just dumb shit. Like, I mean, you just imagine you got little kids, right? Like 4 or 5 years old, and you just going to the grocery store and they got to see this dumb shit. I mean, you just going to go get some goddamn eggs. Your wife said go bring some eggs and some milk, and then take the kids with you if you know I need to get a little shut eye for about an hour or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, or even just, you know, your wife goes to the grocery store with the kids, you know, and then they come down the fucking dairy aisle and they got to see this goofy shit. This is what they got to see because somebody wants to get some fucking views on OnlyFans in fucking TikTok. You know what I'm saying? This is what they got to fucking deal with. You know, it's just, man, you know, I mean, and then, okay, you know, people talking about, you know, this and that or whatever. These are the quote unquote queens. These are the queens. These are, you know, this black excellence right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, these I can see if this was white people doing this shit. Because it's like, okay, it's white people doing some degenerate shit. Okay. No, these is the queens doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. I mean, you know, we got to do better, man. As a people, man, we got to do better than that. Oh man, we got to do better than that, man. I mean, come on now. we got to do better, man. We got to rise above. We got to rise above, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, we gotta rise above, man. But as I was saying earlier, though, like we got a new mayor. We got a new mayor in Chicago. We got a new mayor. You know what I'm saying? And it's a rough weekend. It was a rough weekend. You know, they said a 2-year-old girl got shot in Rogers Park. What the fuck? No. Yeah, that's crazy. Let me go to the Sun Times. I think they charge them for that too. Let me just go to WGN News because let's see. Yeah. I mean, the thing is this ain't nothing. This ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new at all. I mean, it's not like it's new. You know what I'm saying? This is pretty much a lot of things. I don't know. I guess I don't know what it is. I think the gang members, they use Memorial Day as retaliation, like basically like it's a military shit. Like, you know, the homies got shot you shot my homie, so I'm gonna shoot you this Memorial Day. Like Memorial Day is something like a day where you shoot the ops because you memorializing the other people that got shot. So I don't know what it is. Like I've never, like, you might think I've been in the street gang. I've never been in a gang. You know, my dad did not want me to be in no gang. You know what I'm saying? I was never in no gang. You know what I'm saying? It said 37. Now they say 41 people shot, 9 dead. But you know what? Like every Memorial Day, this is what happens. Now I'm gonna read this article and I'm going to show you where these shootings are. Cause see, this is the whole Chicago is a shithole thing, right? And it's all this is Chicago. Now, I know all of the places pretty much in Chicago, right? And I'll show you the actual neighborhood. I will break down the media for you to understand where this is in Chicago. And Chicago, like I said, the South Side and the West Side is basically a single mom stronghold or a single mom encampments, basically, where basically it is men that live there, but they just let the single moms do whatever they want to and their children, you know. That's pretty much what a lot of these different neighborhoods are at this point. And also, people don't care about the poor, people that are financially struggling. They don't give a shit. You know, as long as they don't come around where the people that got money and shooting them, they don't really give a fuck. You know. So here's the deal. I'm gonna read this article and I'm gonna break it down where where this is actually at. So they say 41 people got shot, three shot in Lakeview. Okay. So I'm gonna show you where Lakeview is. Lakeview, Chicago. It's a neighborhood. All of these are neighborhoods in Chicago. All right. So this one is basically where the money is. So I mean, it does go where you know, where people, like, you know what I'm saying, are upper socioeconomic area. So Lakeview is in this area here. So it's the north side by basically Wrigley Field. You know, it goes down. I mean, people, okay, who lives here? Hispanics. These are primarily where Hispanics are, white people, and primarily Hispanics. Hispanic gangs. Okay. Now, if I zoom out, basically, let's see here. Yeah, it's primarily Hispanics live on the north side. It's mainly whites and Hispanics primarily, and other immigrant groups that live on the north side. So these ain't Negroes. These are Hispanics. They selling cocaine and heroin and fentanyl. Okay. And it's going down. They beefing over turf. That's that. The 3-shot Lakeview. All right. 4 people were shot in a South Side drive-by shooting. 79th and Ashland. 79th and Ashland. That's like down the street from where my store was in the hood. 79th and Ashland. This is basically the hood. So the major street gangs in Chicago is the GDs, BDs, Blackstones, Four Corner Hustlers. Those are the big 4. And then you could add the Latin Kings as 5. So basically this is basically blacks. So it's either the BDs, the GDs, or the Blackstones, or the Four Corner Hustlers are primarily on the west side, but there are some on the south side too. But basically, black people, poor black people, okay, right on 79th Street. It's no white people around here, nowhere near to be found. It's not even any Hispanics in this area. All right, now that's 4 people that shot, and they do not give a fuck. They just come and pick up the bodies in these areas. Okay, they already know that they cannot police. These areas are not policeable. What I mean by policeable, they have no control over this area. These areas are basically no man's land. Like you live here at your own risk. Okay, let me zoom out for you. So if I'm in Chicago, you know this is Auburn Gresham. Okay, Martin Luther King roller ski. Remember I said Inglewood? It's right by Inglewood. So Inglewood is right here. Let me see if I'm showing this. Well, I don't even think I'm showing this map. Let me stop and show this map here. So this is 79th Street right here, West 79th. Got Inglewood right here. This is the jungle. This is the urban jungle, the West urban jungle of the South Side of Chicago. That's where they say 4 people got shot. The police do not control none of this. So when they were talking about bringing the National Guard, that's what I was talking about. Like this is these isolated parts. This is heavily impoverished. You got some people that are of different socioeconomic mix. It's not all poor people, but some people are brave enough to live over here. The thing is that this is basically like, I would say, the Bronx. This is the Bronx. This is Chicago version of the Bronx. Inglewood, Auburn Gresham, Auburn Park, West Inglewood. All of this area here is the jungle. They got good weed over here and good everything else you want. And hardly no jobs whatsoever. if you live over here, you know, it is highly dangerous. Okay, you know, highly dangerous. Like let me put out the 10 most dangerous neighborhoods in Chicago, so you have a reference point. I got time tonight because you know you believe in everything you want to hear on, you know, the news and the media. I'm from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Um, I'm an old Chicagoan. So this is the 10 most the 10 neighborhoods in Chicago with the highest crime rates. Let me put this in a banner here. Let me edit this real quick. It's too long for me to put in a banner. So this is the 10 most dangerous neighborhoods in Chicago, right here. So, like I said, 10 people, four people. It said 4 people were shot, drive-by shooting. These are, like I said, basically working class, people in poverty. Some people that's in middle class that just choose that live over here. They might have real estate. You know, some people they have apartments. A lot of people that live in these apartments. The apartments are well furnished. What they'll do is this is what they'll do. It'll be like it'll be a dressed up pig. They'll basically have an apartment building, put all new wood floors, new appliances, you know, new bathroom, new kitchen, new bedrooms, new paint, but it's in the hood. It's gunshots going on all the time. Like I said, they said 4 people were shot. You know what I'm saying, as of yesterday. Okay, this is they tally in all of the Memorial Day shootings, and they, you know, basically because the new mayor, they put it on the mayor, whoever's the mayor. You know what I'm saying? It was 35, now it's 41. So the new mayor is Brandon Johnson. Okay, so I already broke down Lakeview. You know, Lakeview is on the north side. Okay, there's 4 people that got shot on 79th, West 79th. Now, 300 block of North Dearborn, 2 people were shot. Okay, this is just Memorial Day weekend. All right, now let me go back to let me put the article in the chat, so if you are out there, you can follow along. See here, this is going crazy. All right, so that's in the chat. You can follow along if you want. Now, the 300 block of North Dearborn Street is right here. Let me just you know what? I'm gonna just share my whole screen. That way I ain't gotta keep going back and forth. All right. So basically, this is wait, hold on. 300 North. Wait, hold on, let me go back here. We got 300 North Dearborn Street. All right, that's downtown. So what they do downtown, it was a drive-by shooting. So, I mean, if somebody did a quick shot downtown, okay, you know, that happens. It does happen. People go downtown, they shoot, they drive through and shoot. These kids, man, these young people are reckless. You know, some of these kids, you know, they're not showing all of the shoots. So those are just some of the shootings, you know. Those are just some of the shootings. They don't report all of them. You know. But like I said, 9 dead over the Memorial Day weekend. I'll just give you a map. I'll give you a map of Chicago, the entire Chicago. Okay. So this is the south side. This is the south side of Chicago. Let me just use so the south side of Chicago is all of this right here. That's the south side of Chicago. It goes down. Okay. Different hot spots in this, all of this right here. And it's primarily Black people, some Hispanic, very few white in all of these areas. Now, Hyde Park, it might be more white because this is where the University of Chicago is. A lot of expensive real estate is in Hyde Park here. Okay. All of these different places in the south side, some of these are no man's land, some of these are like wastelands. It's like the Bronx over here, like this is the Inglewood over here and whatnot. This is Inglewood. This is like West Auburn, Gresham. It goes down. Basically, you know, this is pretty much primarily Black on Black crime, Hispanics as well. You know, that's that. Now, if I go further, let me go north, or let's go downtown. So this is primarily downtown, right here. This is all downtown, right here. Okay, so people will come downtown and, you know, put a little pot shot or whatever. Usually, I'll be honest with you, a lot of times when people come downtown, they get caught. It's a lot of cameras. It's a lot of heavy police force. This is the West Loop right here. This is going towards the west side of Chicago. It's going that way. South side is going this way. So basically, people come in and then do a little pot shot and then they try to get away fast. Primarily, these are young kids, like 14 to 24, and some even older. Okay. So now we got that. Now this is the north. This is the north right here. So this is I'm gonna go all the way up north. This is the north side and northern suburbs. This is where your girl Pearly is from, right all up in here. This is where just Pearly is from. Now, basically, this is the north side. All of this is the north side right here. North side of Chicago. Okay. it's some things that go up. It's some like people get shot up here. Primarily, it's Hispanics. It's a lot of Hispanics that live up north. They have Hispanics gangs. They also selling drugs. They have turf beefs and turf battles, Twitter battles, and all kind of shit. And they shoot each other. It is some blacks that live on the north side too, but a lot of times what goes down is Hispanic gangs go with each other on the north side, you know, and occasionally it's a little. I've even seen some mafia style. They still got the mob. They still got the mob still exists in Chicago as well. You know, Paulie will shoot little Tony. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. You know. So, you know, it goes down. Chicago is a gangster city. You know, going back to Capone, even before Al Capone. You know, even before Capone, Chicago was a city of, you know, men that, you know, handle things, you know, with the mob, you know. I mean, the thing is that, you know, you better have a mob to survive. Like you better have your own little mob. I mean, you know, whatever, however that equates to you, you know, your family or whatever, you know, you gotta hold on, you know what I'm saying? But it ain't what you think it is. Like it's literally, it's a bunch of nerds, bunch of lame dudes. You can call me one that have survived Chicago, that have thrived in Chicago. Okay, it's not what you think, man. It's not at all what you think. I mean, you gonna be tough, man, to survive Chicago though. You're gonna be a tough dude. Most people that survive Chicago are tough dudes. You know, you get tough by the time you in high school. You know, by the time you're an adult, you know what I'm saying. You just get even more tough. But in my opinion, it gets easier. It's just a lot of bills and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot of bills. That's all. You know, when you get an adult, you know what I'm saying, all that goofy shit, like that stuff ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? You got bills, people be having bills and shit. That's it, man. Gotta pay them bills, you know. Try to work on getting you a house. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much it. Like it's really no like, you know what I'm saying, no freaking like major thing. It's just a bunch of poor people shooting each other to survive. Like, and then you got some people mixed in with that, you know, trying to be cool or trying to make some money. I mean, I don't know. You know, it's not nothing that I'm you know involved with, and most of the people that I know are not involved with it. You know, it's just, you know, it is what it is, man. I'll try to tell people, man. It's like it's basically it's a bunch of ED209s and BT1000s. You know, I mean, it just is. It's just like any other city. You know, Atlanta, Houston, you know, Los Angeles. You know, it's a bunch of ED209s, and that's just the black. You know, it's not just black people committing the crimes. It's Hispanics. You know what I'm saying? It's not just black people. You know. So, I know you guys don't believe me, so I am going to actually play a video because I know you guys want to see footage, right? You don't believe me. You don't believe me, right? All right. Them ain't my kinfolk. Them Spanish. They speak Spanish. They speak Spanish. These are not the people on Fox News telling you these, black people shooting each other. They are, but in this case on North Avenue Beach on the north side of Chicago, like I said, Hispanics getting down. Teenagers. And whoever just fired that shot probably was in that damn fucking pickup truck because they just drove off real fast. And then notice this. These are somebody's daughters. You letting your daughters just go out and play. These dumbass girls filming these people fighting. You got your daughters out here hanging out, and they filming people beefing with each other. You know what I'm saying? And then when they fall dead, you didn't care. You didn't care about who your daughters was hanging out with. See, this is that nigga wake up call. That's that wake up call. You want to film and shit with a camera, and then when them guns go off, you don't want to film then it's reality. It's screaming and shit then. I'm gonna be honest with you, I ain't never been in no fucking gunfight. And I was in a war. I was on an aircraft carrier. I was in a motherfucking a goddamn a firefight on a aircraft carrier. That was my firefight. Ain't nobody shot at me. The fuck? Hell no. I don't talk shit to people like that. I don't even engage with people like that. Man, what's up, man? Man, that's some high school shit, man. I don't do that shit, man. I'm a grown ass man. If somebody started talking to me like that, I'm gonna go cross the street. That's actually not dead bodies. That's them getting arrested. Just FYI. But anyway, man, I think I pretty much said what I was gonna say. I've said enough already. You know what I'm saying? Let me give YouTube servers a break. If anybody out there, I'll drop the link if you got any questions or whatever the hell you want to talk about. I'll drop the link.